Chapter 9:16. P.S. Thanks to NXCX for the tip. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Speaking of this, Seito seemed to think of something, and explained to Taichinquanko with an awkward smile. Have you tried the things in the book? Taichinquanko didn't find it funny, but continued to ask with a serious face. Looking at Taichinquanko's performance, Seito seemed to have finally noticed it. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked embarrassed. From time to time, he glanced at Taichinquanko and whispered, Not yet. As someone who experienced the tragedy of the Magic Club 12 years ago, Taichinquanko, who had a delicate heart, couldn't see the meaning of Seito's behavior at this time. She didn't know whether to be happy or angry, so she let out a long sigh. If possible, I hope that you can give me this book and let me deal with it. Is that okay? Taichinquanko, who knew that now was not the time to think about other things, looked at Seito and asked seriously, Isn't that just a book? Why do you seem to be so nervous about it? Could it be? Seito looked at Taichinquanko in front of him with a face full of surprise. Then his expression changed, and he continued in disbelief. Could it be that the things written in the book are true? Is there really magic that can control people's minds? Magic that can make a woman go into heat? Taichinquanko, who was too concerned about the dark holy scripture, didn't think about the possible impact of what she did before. She just wanted to get the dark holy scripture in her hands. At the same time, she wanted to prevent Seito from becoming the next victim, and at the same time, she wanted to burn it. Now she finally realized the mistake in her strategy. An emotion called regret emerged in her heart. Yes, Taichinquanko admitted after taking a deep breath. Teacher Gaoqing is really honest. I thought you would deny the existence of magic, and then think of a way to take it away from me. This time, Seito's face didn't show the disbelief, or ridicule that a normal person would have when they heard about the existence of magic. Instead, he looked at Gaoqing with a calm smile. This time, Seito's performance confused Gaoqing. He looked at Seito with suspicion and vigilance. Now I'll introduce myself to you again. I'm Seito, a traveler from another world. One of the reasons I came to this world is to obtain the dark holy scripture. Seito placed his left hand behind his back and placed his right hand on his chest. He gave Gaoqing a British gentleman's salute. Gaoqing, who was shocked by Seito's words, opened her mouth slightly and subconsciously exclaimed, I already understand the situation of this book, as well as what happened to you. I will not be tempted by the black magic recorded in this book. The purpose of looking for it is only to find some information. Itose chuckled as he walked in front of Gaoqing and reached out to take the dark holy scripture from Gaoqing. Is what you said true? And since you are a person from another world, how do you know what happened to me? Gaoqing's expression was still filled with shock as she asked. With a smile on his face, Seito put his hands together in front of him. He immediately made the dark holy scripture disappear from Taichinquan's sight. Then, under her surprised gaze, he reached out and tucked her hair, which was messed up by the night wind, behind her ear. He teased her shamelessly, because I'm from another world. Gaoqing angrily glared at Seito and then asked, Since you know about the book and what happened to me, then how much do you know about Reika Kitami? The same as I know about you. I basically know everything about her, Seito said with a smile as he stroked Gaoqing's cheek with the back of his right hand. Feeling the sensation on her cheek, Gaoqing blushed and moved her head to the side, but then Seito's finger followed closely. She glared at Seito again and asked, I feel that she is very dangerous. Can you stop her? If I didn't meet you before, maybe I would already be in the basement where the murder happened. Seito first put his hand into his pocket, then pulled it out as if he was holding something. Ito-sei raised his arm and opened his palm to show the brass key lying quietly in his palm to Takashiro Kawako. "This is the key to the basement," Gauching Kwanko said in surprise. "But since I met you first and told you my identity, I'll put the matter of going to the basement aside for the time being," Ito-sei said as he put the brass key back into his trouser pocket. "What do you mean?" Gauching Kwanko asked in confusion. "Originally, I planned to go to the basement alone and meet Reika Kitami, who might follow me there. But since I met you first, I will postpone the meeting with Reika Kitami and ask you to do something for me first," Ito explained. "What is it?" Gauching Kwanko asked. "Copy an ultimate incantation from the dark holy scripture that can remove the summoning of demons." Ito took the dark holy scripture in his hand again and opened it like a fan while explaining to Gauching Kwanko. "Here, it's the content of this page." Then, without waiting for Gauching Kwanko's response, Ito directly showed the page covered in blood in front of Gauching Kwanko and said, "Although I can also fight against the black magic cast by Reika Kitami with the power of another world, since there is an insurance, I don't need to take such a risk. So I'll have to trouble you, Gauching Kwanko-sensei." Ito looked at Gauching Kwanko and said with a smile, "I understand. I will help you copy this part of the content." Gauching Kwanzi pondered for a moment, then nodded and promised with a serious face. Gauching Kwanko reached out to take the dark holy scripture. "Well, this book is still useful to me, so I can't give it to you directly. I'll copy it when I go to your house with Gauching Kwanko-sensei in the evening." Ito turned his hand and sent the dark holy scripture back to the Rubik's Cube world, then looked at Gauching Kwanko, who was a little surprised and angry. "I'm looking forward to spending time alone with Gauching Kwanko-sensei." Then, Ito stepped forward, squeezed Gauching Kwanko against the iron door, put his right hand on her ear, and gently pinched Gauching Kwanko's chin with his left hand. He lowered his head slightly and looked at her with a smile. "You know, you are also one of the goals of my trip to this world." After that, he lowered his head and kissed Gauching Kwanko's soft lips with red lip gloss, then he stuck out his tongue and teased her. "Are all the people in this world so unreasonable?" After a while, Gauching Kwanko, who was slightly separated from Ito, looked at Ito's eyes with a blush on her cheeks, and said while gasping slightly, "Well, who knows?" Ito, who stepped away from Gauching Kwanko, shrugged and smiled. "Well, I still have a date with Zuber, so I'll leave first. Later, I will go to Gauching Kwanko-sensei's, no, Kwanko's room to find you to finish the rest of the things." After that, his figure disappeared directly in front of Gauching Kwanko, which made Gauching Kwanko regard Ito as a person from another world with magical abilities. Since he said that he would not go to the basement to meet Reika Kitami for the time being, Ito directly used instant transmission to appear outside the campus, and walked to the apartment address Zuber Keiho gave him. However, it was still a bit early, not even 4:00. Therefore, after arriving at the location, Ito first went to a nearby restaurant to eat something, and stayed in the restaurant to browse dark holy scripture for half a day. When it was about time, he got up and left the restaurant, returned to the apartment building mentioned in the address, and walked to the floor where the apartment was located. Ding dong! Ito, who came to the door of the apartment, reached out and pressed the doorbell. "Go!" With a soft sound, Zuber Keiho, who was wearing a black cultivation robe often worn by ascetics, opened the door and greeted Ito with a smile. "Welcome, Ito-sensei. We've been waiting for you for a long time," said Zuber Keiho, who stepped forward and grabbed Ito's arm, and dragged him into the apartment. The apartment was a very ordinary Japanese-style apartment. After entering, there was a long and narrow corridor. On the left there was a door. According to the layout, that was where the bathroom was. A little behind the door, there was a deep corridor to the left. Inside, there were 3 doors in the left, middle, and right direction, respectively representing the master bedroom, guest room, and kitchen. Zuber Keiho directly dragged Seito through the corridor to the left, and went straight to the end of the long and narrow corridor. The area was about 20 square meters. On the ground, there was a drawing of a 6-pointed star on the inside and 2 concentric circles on the outside. Between the circles was a paragraph of text written in Hebrew. In the space between the circles and the 6-pointed star, there was a drawing of a magic circle of scorpions, snakes, and geckos, which had other special meanings in the magic circle system. In each of the 4 corners of the magic circle, there was a candlestick that was completely golden in color. The top of the candlestick was split into 4, and there were 4 burning white candles on each of the candlestick. The candlesticks were placed on the innermost part of the room, which was right above the magic circle. The candlesticks were placed on the candlesticks, and the candlesticks were placed on top of the candlestick. To be continued. If you like this novel, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go here to read. Chapter 9:17. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato for the tip. In the room that was completely covered by black curtains, Seito saw a brown-eyed girl with dark blue short hair and a yellow-eyed girl with brown twin ponytails. They were dressed the same as Zubo Keiho, wearing black robes that only ascetics would wear. They walked barefoot on the cool wooden floor. "Sensei, let me introduce you." Zubo Keiho looked at the blue-haired girl and the twin ponytailed girl. "The girl with dark blue hair over there is called Riko Kurimoto, 15 years old, a student of XX Private High School. The other girl with twin ponytails is called Num Mai, also 15 years old, from 20 Public High School. Kurimoto, Num, this is the person I told you about on the phone last night, my school's healthcare teacher, Seito." Zubo Keiho introduced him to the 2 girls. "Hello Sensei, I'm Kurimoto, Num, please take care of me." Kurimoto and Num were somewhat in awe of the title of Sensei, so when they greeted him in the same way as when they were in school. "Hello." Seito nodded slightly in response. "Sensei, what do you think of the environment here?" After everyone greeted each other, Zubo Keiho asked with a smug expression. "It's quite simple, but if you want to summon something with this arrangement, it's a bit ridiculous," Seito said with disdain as he casually looked at the Hebrew characters between the magic circles. "The outer circle gathers energy, causing the energy to circulate endlessly in a specified area. At the same time, it constructs a special domain. Then, through the Hebrew characters in the circle, it determines the nature and function of the domain. The inner circle represents protection, preventing the evil power from invading. It also prevents the evil power from leaking out of the circle. The 6-pointed star of Tantrism in ancient India represents Yin, Yang, and One, which is a channel to communicate with the energy of the universe. According to one of the Western magic systems, the scorpion represents protection and repels devils. The lizard represents power and is responsible for suppressing the devil's rebellion. Finally, the snake that can lead to the underworld will once again send the uncontrollable devils into hell. Then, without waiting for Keiho, Kurimoto, and Numming's reactions, Seiji continued. Seito then used his knowledge of magic arrays to analyze the magic array they had drawn on the ground. "If I'm not mistaken, the 3 of you are virgins." Then, Seito turned to Number and Kurimoto and said, "Why yes." Although they didn't really care about these things because of their mysterious relationship, they still felt a burst of shyness from the bottom of their hearts when they were asked about these things by a man face to face. Their cheeks were slightly red as they answered in a low voice. "Fortunately, your magic power level is very low. You won't be able to summon anything dangerous. Otherwise, with your virgin aura, it will definitely not end well for you," Seito reprimanded. Kurimoto and Num looked at each other when they heard this, and then they lowered their heads in fear. "Then, Sensei, how should we change?" Keiho quickly asked. If you ask me, you shouldn't come into contact with any devil summoning. People who casually play with devils will sooner or later be devoured by devils. Seito shook his head slightly and said, But we only know this kind of summoning magic. How about Sensei teach us some other safer magic? Keiho quickly took the opportunity to say. Seito glanced at Keiho with a smile that wasn't a smile, then said, First, tell me about the magic system and cultivation method you have mastered. Okay. Keiho hurriedly agreed. Then, without hiding anything, she told Seito about all the magic she knew and the meditation method she had learned from a book. After Keiho, Number and Kuramoto also told about their situation. The system you're practicing is really messy. There's normal Western white magic. There's also Asian magic repelling magic. But fortunately, the meditation method you're practicing is more orthodox. What you get is relatively pure spiritual power, which can be used to drive almost any system of spells, so you won't be harmed by the magic backlash. Seito, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, nodded and said while Keiho, Number, and Kuramoto were talking. But from now on, you'd better choose a system so you can learn and master magic better. Seito looked at Number and Kuramoto, who were kneeling in front of him, and Keiho, who was holding his arm and leaning on the side, and said. Hearing Seito's request, Keiho, Number, and Kuramoto couldn't help but frown and lowered their heads in contemplation. Think about it yourselves, I still have a date tonight, so I'll be leaving first. Seito, who saw the three in contemplation, propped himself up on the ground and said, Sensei, I'll send you off. Keiho also quickly got up and said, Sensei, what do you think of Number and Kuramoto? On the way to the door, he turned his head and quietly looked at Number and Kuramoto, who were still in a contemplative state, and asked in a low voice. Not bad. Seito, who understood the meaning of Keiho's words, said noncommittally. Since Sensei feels that it's okay, I'll tell them about it later, and the next time Sensei sees them, they can serve you. Keiho said seductively. You really don't spare any effort to sell out your teammate. Seito shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Sensei, you misunderstood me again. I'm leading them to the right path. How did you say I'm selling out my teammates? It's so sad. Keiho, who sent Seito to the door, stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his neck, and said with a wronged expression. Then let's talk about it after you set an example and personally serve me. Seito looked into Keiho's eyes and chuckled. So Sensei already can't wait for me to serve you. Since that's the case, Sensei, why don't you cancel tonight's date and stay here, and let Number and I serve you immediately? Keiho said seductively with sparkling eyes. It's not good to miss an appointment, so let's do it next time. Seito raised his hand and lightly patted Keiho's, but with a smile. Okay then. Keiho agreed, and then she tiptoed and leaned over to Seito for a kiss. Teacher, my jade door is. This chapter is not finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading. This chapter has 2 pages. You can press and to turn the page. Chapter 9:18. P.S. Thank you to Demonic Dragonwolf and 5200-5200-5200 for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato and Nickfanny for their tip. My dear Hiroko, let's go together. When it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ito-sei found Gao Chinquanko, who was packing up in the staff lounge, and teased her. Today was still a very peaceful day. Seiji didn't have a direct confrontation with Kitami Lihua, who sent him away to do his personal work, as usual, nor did Keiho Zauber accept his invitation during lunch break. She also didn't invite him to a party at a certain apartment in the evening. Keiho Zauber spent her time on campus monotonously. Please don't make it sound so flirtatious, Take Chinquanko, who was packing up, replied. We're friends who met each other openly. It's not something that can be summed up with flirtatious words. Ito slowly walked behind Takechin Kwanko and suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing her back against his chest. He rested his chin on Takechin Kwanko's shoulder and chuckled. "Please don't be like this, okay?" Takechin Kwanko whispered. "Are you saying not to do it here?" He held Takechin Kwanko's waist with one hand and moved his other hand to her chest. His 5 fingers squeezed the softness in his hand as he licked Ito, who was pressed against Takechin Kwanko's exposed neck. "Yes, don't. Right now like this," Takechin Kwanko, whose cheeks were red and her mouth and nose were slightly open, replied. "There's no one on campus right now. What's there to be afraid of?" The arm around her waist moved down, and he turned his wrist and put his hand under Takechin Kwanko's black high-waisted skirt. His finger touched their peach and asked, "We're progressing too fast like this." Takechin Kwanko felt the sensation from her body. Takechin Kwanko looked up and whispered, "Apart from knowing that you're from another world, called Ito, and that you have a strange power from another world, I know nothing about you. I'm not ready to have sex with you like this. But won't this make it easier for us to get to know each other better?" Ito, who opened the edge of the white cloth and probed inside, found a secret realm to explore and said with Takashiro Kawako's earlobe, Then please don't do it here. We'll go back, okay?" Feeling more and more lost, Gao Cheng Kwanzi pleaded intermittently. "Okay then," Ito agreed after teasing Gao Cheng Kwanzi for a few more seconds. Then, he reluctantly removed his hands from Gao Cheng Kwanzi's body and stepped back to stand aside. Phew! Suppressing the sudden sense of loss in her heart, Takecheng Kwanko let out a long sigh. Then she hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes, grabbed the things on the table that had been tidied up, and followed Ito out of the school together with her head down with her cheeks flushed. Just as the two of them were walking out of the school along the field, a bunch of gazes fell on Ito and Takashiro Kwanko, following them until they completely walked out of the campus and could no longer be seen. "It seems that Reika Kitami pays a lot of attention to you," Ito suddenly said to Takacheng Kwanko, who was silent beside him. "What?" Because of what happened in the staff lounge just now, Takacheng Kwanko, who was somewhat absent-minded, asked with a puzzled expression. "Just when we left the campus, Reika Kitami stared at us for a long time. Until her line of sight was blocked, she withdrew her gaze. This level of attention is really surprising," Ito explained with a chuckle. "You mean, she was observing us just now?" Hearing that it was related to Reika Kitami, Takacheng Kwanko immediately calmed down. She said with a frown, "Probably, after all, there are still 3 or 4 days until the deadline. She definitely doesn't want any unexpected people to disturb her." Ito said with a slight nod. "What deadline?" Although she instinctively felt that Reika Kitami was very dangerous, Takacheng Kwanko, who didn't know much about Reika Kitami, was shocked and quickly asked. "The deadline to pay the final price. If she doesn't find a new body to house her soul before this deadline, she will have to follow the contract she made with the devil 12 years ago and hand over her life and soul to the devil for consumption," Ito explained in a low voice. "Changing bodies," Takacheng Kwanko murmured in disbelief. Then, Takacheng Kwanko looked shocked, turned to look at Ito with a worried expression and asked, "Do you know her goal?" If it was 2 days ago, her goal would be Shiroki Rika. But after Shiroki Rika lost her virginity, her goal changed. "I don't know who it is, but it's most likely one of your members, Ivanli Walnut." Ito turned to look at Takacheng Kwanko and replied, "I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. Although after 12 years of accumulation and cultivation, your magic level is already at the top level in this world, but because of what happened 12 years ago, you are far away from the magic field, and your mastery of magic is not very good. Coupled with Reika Kitami's crazy personality, she will do anything to achieve her goal. You, who are indecisive, are not her opponent at all. In the end, you will even be her sacrifice." Seito, who could roughly infer from the change in Takacheng Kwanko's expression what she wanted to do, tried to persuade her. That. Gauching Kwanko's face was gloomy when he heard this. Then, he hesitated and kept looking at Itose. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Don't be like this. Don't worry, I will stop Reika Kitami. Seito stopped and turned to face Takacheng Kwanko. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked her cheek. For your sake. Hearing Seito's words, Takacheng Kwanko's heart jumped slightly, and 2 faint blushes appeared on her cheeks involuntarily, which was very attractive. Let's go. If we want to completely stop her, that spell is very important. Seito withdrew his hand and turned to walk forward again. Takacheng Kwanko's expression shook, and she quickly followed. Takacheng Kwanko's dormitory was the same one she lived in 12 years ago when she was a student at a certain private high school. It was not very far from that private high school. Even if the two were strolling back, it only took them 20 minutes to reach Takacheng Kwanko's dormitory. Because it was a single dormitory. The overall area of the room was not very large, about 40 square meters, but it had all the necessary facilities, including a separate bathroom and kitchen. The two walked through the entrance and went straight into the bedroom of the room. The size of the bedroom was not bad. It was about 20 square meters. On the left side of the wall there was a single bed that was 1.8 meters long and 60 centimeters wide. Above the head of the bed was a small table with an old-fashioned IBM laptop, a few paper books, and a table lamp that could adjust the brightness. On the right side of the desk there was a small balcony. It was separated by 2 sliding glass doors, and dark curtains were used to block the sunlight. In addition, directly opposite the desk, a small solid wood bookshelf stood against the wall. Dozens of paper books of different sizes and thicknesses were quietly placed on the bookshelf. Let's start, Takacheng Kwanko said as she walked to the desk and turned on the laptop. Is this it? Aren't you going to treat me to something to eat? You know, we haven't had dinner yet. Seito said as he sat on Takacheng Kwanko's bed while touching his stomach. And I'm looking forward to your cooking. Do you have the heart to let me down? At the same time, Itose looked at Takacheng Kwanko with a pitiful look on his face. If you don't mind, I'll go prepare dinner for you. Takacheng Kwanko was stunned at first. Then she got up and said, Of course I don't mind. If I can see your naked apron when I send you off, I'll be more satisfied. Seito said with a smile as he followed Takacheng Kwanko to the door. Takacheng Kwanko, who was about to open the door to prepare dinner, paused, but didn't say anything. She opened the door as if nothing had happened and disappeared behind the closed door. Seito saw this and smiled slightly. He took out the dark holy scripture and lowered his head to open it. After a few days of non-stop reading, Seito had already finished 1/3 of the dark holy scripture that was as thick as a Shinwa dictionary. He believed that in a few days, he would be able to completely browse through it and master all the content. However, the reading time didn't last long. It was only 20 minutes or so before it was interrupted by a soft sound. After that, Gauching Kwanzi, who was wearing nothing but a white apron with a simple tattoo pattern on it, walked into the house with a blushing face, carrying a tray with a sandbag and 2 or 3 small plates on it. Kwanko, you really are a good woman. Seito, who put the dark holy scripture on the bed, gave Takacheng Kwanko a thumbs up. I'll get you some food. Takacheng Kwanko, who put the food on the small desk, turned around and said. Soon, she disappeared behind the closed door again. This time, she came back very quickly. In less than a minute, she came back with a small rice pot and 2 sets of clean bowls and chopstick. Then, Takacheng Kwanko served Seito the food and handed him the bowl and chopstick. I'll start eating, Seito said politely, then reached out and put some food into his mouth and chewed gently. Not bad. Seito, who swallowed the food, nodded and said. Takacheng Kwanko, who heard the affirmative answer, smiled reservedly at Seito, and also picked up some dishes to enjoy. In this way, Seito and Takacheng Kwanko, who was only wearing an apron to block the light, chatted casually while enjoying dinner. After half an hour, the two finished their dinner. "Let's start." Takacheng Kwanko, who cleaned up the bowls, chopsticks, and leftovers and changed into a bathrobe, looked at Seito and said, "No need to go through so much trouble." Seito said as he got up slightly from the bed, reached out and grabbed Takacheng Kwanko's arm, pulled her into his arms, and then lay down on the bed with her in his arms. Wait, can we start after copying the scriptures?" Takacheng Kwanko looked up at Seito's face and pleaded. "I said no need to go through so much trouble." Seito, who was pressing his palm on Takacheng Kwanko's chest, smiled and said, "I will use the power of another world to take you back to the memory world in your mind and find the incantation I need. Now let's start." After that, Seito kissed Takacheng Kwanko's lips without any explanation, and his tongue tangled with hers. At this moment, Seito activated his spiritual sensing ability and hypnosis ability, and combined the two abilities into a new mutated compound ability, invading Takacheng Kwanko's Sea of Consciousness. Seito, who appeared in Takacheng Kwanko's Sea of Consciousness, quickly found Takacheng Kwanko's naked body at the bottom of her Sea of Consciousness. "Kwanko, I'm here," Seito, who jumped to her side and reached out to hug Takacheng Kwanko, called out. "Where is this?" After Seito's call, Takacheng Kwanko, who finally changed from a confused state to a conscious state, looked around and asked in surprise. "This is the bottom of your Sea of Consciousness, the outer layer of consciousness that is second only to the core of your spiritual consciousness. But you are really a dabbler. You have clearly used spiritual control magic before, but you don't know how to add protection to your spiritual consciousness. In such an empty state without a defensive barrier, no wonder you can't resist Reika Katami's black magic control," Seito said as he looked at Takacheng Kwanko's Sea of Consciousness. "Forget it, let's get down to business first," Seito continued. After that, he used his newly synthesized compound ability to erode the entire Sea of Consciousness with Takacheng Kwanko in his arms as an opportunity. In Takacheng Kwanko's state of confusion, Seito quickly gained control of most of the Sea of Consciousness. Then, Seito mobilized this portion of control and released Takacheng Kwanko's usually unused subconscious calculations. Using Takacheng Kwanko's specific memory as the core, he created a Sea of Consciousness within the Sea of Consciousness. Next time, I should discuss with the black curly cuckoo who is still sleeping in the prison. Let's see how she helps others create a nightmare world. It's obviously a compound ability based on her ability, but the operating method is not just a little bit different. How terrible! After a moment, Seito, who had completed the Sea of Consciousness, thought to himself, Let's go in." Seito lowered his head and said to Takacheng Kwanko in his arms, "Oh." Takacheng Kwanko, who had no idea what to do, responded. Seito, who was hugging Takacheng Kwanko, stomped his feet and brought Takacheng Kwanko into the Sea of Consciousness that seemed to be made up of countless mosaics, emitting a variety of colors. Chapter 9:19. This was a classroom under the light of dusk. Other than the three girls in the last row of the third row, there was no one else in the classroom. A cool breeze, which was rare in summer, gently blew the curtains next to the blackboard. "Yuji! Rika!" At this moment, the red-haired girl sitting in the last seat in the third row from the classroom window suddenly looked in shock at the two girls in front of her. They had brown short hair and green ponytails respectively, and were wearing some private high school's uniform. "What's wrong? Kawako?" The brown-haired girl named Yuji looked at the red-haired girl strangely and asked, "This is—" But the red-haired girl did not pay attention to Yuji's inquiry. Instead, she suddenly stood up from her seat and turned her head to look at the surrounding environment. "Kawako?" At this time, Even Rika on the side noticed Kawako's abnormality and called out with concern. This is the classroom from 12 years ago. I actually went back to 12 years ago? The girl named Kawako still ignored her companion's call and looked down at the tarot cards placed on the table in front of her and muttered to herself. This red-haired girl is Takacheng Kawako. Kawako? Are you okay? If you don't feel well, go home first. The divination can be done tomorrow. Yuji reached out and touched Takacheng Kawako's forehead with concern. And I'm okay, I just suddenly remembered something. Feeling a sudden chill on her forehead, Takacheng Kawako, who recovered from the state of shock, reluctantly shook her head with a smile and comforted her. Then Takacheng Kawako sat back in the chair again, according to her memory of the situation 12 years ago. She did a tarot divination for both of them. But at this time, Takacheng Kawako was no longer in the mood. Her mind was full of why she suddenly went back to 12 years ago. Soon, the picture of Seito holding her into a huge sphere appeared in Takacheng Kawako's mind. Yes, it was after passing through that barrier that I went back to 12 years ago. Takacheng Kawako, who had a general understanding of the cause and effect, thought. Then Takacheng Kawako resisted the urge to immediately return to the dormitory and find Seito and the dark holy scripture. She continued to do the tarot divination for Yuji and Rika according to the process in her memory. After she finished talking with Mina, the president of the student union, she said goodbye to Yuji and Rika, who returned to the dormitory with her and ran into the dormitory's bedroom. Seito, where are you? Come out. The student Takacheng Kawako shouted in the room. What's wrong? I haven't seen you for a while and you miss? Itosei, who suddenly appeared behind Gauching Kwanko, put his hands under her armpits and pressed his mouth on Gauching Kwanko's chest, and rested his chin on her shoulder. Tell me, where is this place? Gauching Kwanzi asked anxiously. What? Are you trying to change the fate in your memory? Seito, who stuck out his tongue and licked Takacheng Kawako's neck, asked with a smile. Yes. Takacheng Kawako replied with a firm expression. Unfortunately, although this is 12 years ago, it is 12 years ago in your memory. It is a world built based on your memory. It is not 12 years ago that has become the past. You can't change the tragedy that has already happened. Seito explained in a flat tone. These words were like a basin of cold water that poured over Takacheng Kawako's heart, who was filled with thoughts of fighting against fate, and her somewhat agitated emotions instantly calmed down. So you should find the dark holy scripture as soon as possible and copy that important forbidden spell to stop Reika Kitami, who is preparing to change her body. Seito continued as his hands began to take off Takacheng Kawako's clothes. Rika. Hearing the words, dark holy scripture, Takacheng Kawako immediately thought of the source of evil that was still in the hands of the green-haired girl, Rika. It was the beginning of everything. Don't worry, the time here is not the same as the outside world. We have a lot of time to prepare. Seito, who felt Takacheng Kawako's movements in his arms, tightened his arms and dissuaded her. Now, let me replace the devil in your memory and give you a memorable first time. This is also in this world. Something important that you can completely change. Hearing this, Takacheng Kawako's movements paused, then she raised her head and cooperated with Seito's actions. Seeing Takacheng Kawako's cooperation, Seito did not hold back. He immediately bent over and carried her horizontally. He walked to the bed and laid Takacheng Kawako flat on the bed. He leaned over and entangled himself with her while reaching out his hands to move on her body. With the cooperation of Gauching Kwanzi, the two of them soon became completely naked in front of each other. I'm coming. Seito looked into Takacheng Kawako's eyes and said softly. Okay. Takacheng Kawako's legs slightly parted, and her face was red as she responded in a low voice. After getting permission, Seito straightened his waist and pierced the weapon that was already at the entrance of Peach Blossom Garden, completely entering Takacheng Kawako's secret territory. Takacheng Kawako suddenly felt the pain and raised her head to let out a long cry of pain. After 2 minutes, Seito, who saw Takacheng Kawako's eyebrows loosen again, slowly began to move. At first, Takacheng Kawako's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and from time to time she would let out a low groan. But as time passed, Takacheng Kawako's eyebrows once again relaxed. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Seito's body, and she closed her eyes and raised her head to let out a joyful cry. At the same time, a smell mixed with Takacheng Kawako's body fragrance permeated the room, adding an ambiguous atmosphere to the small room. The two of them were interacting mentally, which was far better than physical communication. The feelings that could be transmitted were more direct and violent than physical communication. Therefore, after a while, Takacheng Kawako surrendered and laid down on the bed. However, mental communication was mental communication. It was a high-level manifestation of yin and yang dual cultivation. Therefore, a strange energy immediately emerged from Takacheng Kawako's body, restoring her physical strength. It also made Takacheng Kawako's spirit more condensed, and her magic more pure. Because Seito's spirit level was too high, he didn't get much benefit from the feedback. However, the pure energy still made Seito's heart clear, and his spirit condensed a little. Maybe after returning to the main world, I should find a way to find the secret dual cultivation method of the Qingqing faction. Seito secretly thought to himself as he felt the changes in his spirit body. China's bedroom techniques could be divided into 3 levels. The first was the Northern faction's bedroom technique, which was considered a beginner level among the dual cultivation methods. The second was the Southern faction's bedroom technique, which was said to be passed down by the reincarnation of a powerful person from the Northern faction. It was an intermediate-level dual cultivation method. The last was the Qingqing faction's secret dual cultivation method, which was an advanced-level dual cultivation method. After a while, Seito looked at Takacheng Kawako and asked with a smile, "Have you recovered?" "Yes." Takacheng Kawako responded in a low voice. "Then let's continue." Seito moved his body and said, "Okay." Takacheng Kawako's eyes glowed. Then Seito and Takacheng Kawako once again began to explore the most primitive path of human relations. After a long while, Takacheng Kawako released some of her spiritual energy, and Seito also injected some of the overflowing spiritual energy into Takacheng Kawako's spirit body. Itsunari's spiritual energy was extremely pure. Even if it was just some of the material that leaked out, it was still an excellent thing. After receiving this ancient energy, Takacheng Kawako's spirit immediately shook, and his spiritual body became more condensed. "After Reika Kitami's matter is over, you can come with me." Seito turned over and laid down next to Takacheng Kawako, who looked like a student, while gently kneading her breasts. "To the other world?" Takacheng Kawako asked as her chest heaved up and down. "Yes." Seito admitted. "Okay." Takacheng Kawako leaned her body into Seito's embrace, and her right hand rested on his chest as she softly agreed. After that, the two of them didn't speak, and quietly enjoyed the aftertaste. Unknowingly, they both fell asleep until they were awoken by the next morning's sunlight. "I'll get the dark holy scripture from Li Xiang as soon as possible," Takacheng Kawako said as she turned over and sat up naked. "There's no hurry. You can spend more time with them in this world before we do what we need to do," Seito said as he looked at Takacheng Kawako's smooth back with his arms behind his head. "Instead of staying in this world of memories to relive the friendship that will no longer exist, I'd rather complete our goal and end the evil that was caused by me in the outside world." Takacheng Kawako turned around and looked at Seito seriously. "You're really a strong woman." Seito sighed as he reached out and gently stroked Takacheng Kawako's back. Then he nodded and said, I know. Just do as you wish. Once we get the dark holy scripture from your world of memories, we'll leave after we obtain the forbidden spell. Seeing Seito agree, Takachin Kawako smiled softly, turned around, got off the bed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, she returned to the bedroom wearing the uniform of a certain private high school. I'll be leaving first. If you're hungry, I remember there are 2 sandwiches in the fridge. Takachin Kawako said. Although you're the core of this world was created by me. If you want to obtain some simple items, it's completely up to me. Seito supported his head with his left hand and looked at Takachin Kawako with a smile. Just like this. Then Seito waved his hand and an apple suddenly appeared in his hand. Seito brought it to his mouth and took a bite. I forgot about your ability. Takachin Kawako laughed. Okay, I'm leaving. See you tonight. After saying that, she waved at Seito and quickly ran out of the bedroom. She left the dormitory and headed to a certain private high school. Chapter 920. P.S. Thanks to NXCX for the tip. With the existence of Takechin Kwanko, who had memories, nothing else happened except for the vice president of the student union, who had long green hair and round rimless glasses, who was still in a meeting in the auditorium, in front of the students and teachers, who were attending the meeting. On the night that the vice president of the student council committed suicide, Takechin Kwanko returned to the dormitory with the dark scripture. That was exactly the same as the one Seito had, except that it didn't have any blood stains. Together with Seito, they recorded the taboo incantation that was originally covered in blood. How is it? Did you record it? Takechin Kwanko turned her head to look at Seito, who had his left arm on the desk and was standing beside her, and asked. Yes. Seito nodded. Then let's go back. Takechin Kwanko said. What? Don't you want to experience that wonderful feeling a few more times? Seito turned his head to look at Takechin Kwanko's face and asked with a smile. Business is more important. Takechin Kwanko's face turned red when she heard that, and she lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice. All right, since you'll be following me from now on, you can do it whenever you want. Seito straightened up and smiled. Then, with a thought, the entire world of consciousness shattered into countless pieces of glass, and returned to Takechin Kwanko's space of consciousness. Before we leave, I'll add a few layers of shackles to your space of consciousness, in case you have no resistance to some boring mind control magic. Seito said as he looked up at the sky of the space of consciousness. After saying that, he changed his mind. Countless nets instantly appeared in the sky of Takechin Kwanko's space of consciousness, layer after layer stacked on top of each other. The net, which was originally 1 square centimeter in size, shrank until it was so small that even a mosquito couldn't enter. Seito then extended his right arm and used his index and middle fingers as a sword to quickly write in the air. As Seito wrote, one Sanskrit character after another appeared in the void and flew toward the net in the sky, turning into twinkling stars that merged into the net. After a moment, Seito turned to Takechin Kwanko and said, Let's leave it at this for now. This level of protection should be enough to withstand the black magic cast by people like Reika Kitami. Alright. I'm leaving. See you outside. As soon as his voice fell, the figure of Ito-sei exploded, turning into countless fluorescent light fragments and disappearing into the void. Following Seito's departure, Gauchin Kwanzi's eyes, which had been a little sluggish, suddenly moved and completely woke up. You're awake? Seito, who was gently kneading Gauchin Kwanzi's chest, asked with a smile. Was that a dream? Gauchin Kwanzi said in a somewhat ethereal tone. It's not wrong to call it a dream. It's just a real dream. Seito smiled. Then, he slightly pressed his palms together. Now, let's continue what we've done several times in the dream world. Hearing this, Gauchin Kwanzi, who completely understood what Seito meant, blushed and softly agreed. Seeing this, Seito chuckled and immediately lowered his head to kiss Gauching Quanzi's lips while moving his hand. He began to take off his own clothes and Gauching Quanzi's bathrobe, allowing the two to see each other again in the real world. Compared to Qing Se, who was still a teenager in the conscious world, Gauching Quanzi in the present world exuded a charming and mature aura. Her attraction to Seito was far from what she had been when she was a teenager. After a period of tenderness, Seito straightened his body and pierced the innate weapon into Gauching Quanzi's peach blossom garden. And Gauching Quanzi, who suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, let out a low moan full of temptation from her throat. Then, Gauching Quanzi's familiar moan sounded. Pa pa pa. The continuous sounds continued to reverberate in the room. At the same time, a strange smell mixed with Gauching Quanzi's body fragrance and perfume spread in the room. After a long while, following Gauching Quanzi's sudden moan, Seito and Gauching Quanzi hugged each other and lay on the bed. The next morning, Seito, who was eating breakfast prepared by Gauching Quanzi, suddenly said, "After school ends this afternoon, you can come back by yourself." Gauching Quanzi, who was picking up food, paused and looked up at Seito. She asked softly, "Are we going to act?" Seito nodded and admitted. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Gauching Quanzi asked again. "No need. My action will be a surprise attack against Reika Kitami. In terms of martial arts, Reika Kitami is no match for me. When the time comes, as long as nothing unexpected happens, there won't be any problems." Seito shook his head slightly. "Then be careful," Gauching Quanzi said with a concerned expression. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Seito comforted with a smile. Then, the two quietly finished their breakfast and left the dormitory together, heading to a certain private high school. "Morning, Kitami-sensei." Seito, who opened the door and walked into the infirmary, greeted Reika Kitami with a smile. It was as if she lived in the infirmary, and no matter when she entered the infirmary, she would always be there. "Morning," Reika Kitami responded in a light voice. The rest of the time continued to be the same as the previous 2 days. It was so peaceful that it almost made people fall asleep, until noon break. "Seito-sensei, a student came to ask me something at noon. Can you come back after lunch break?" Reika Kitami, like the previous 2 days, turned to Seito as if she was making a request, but in fact, she was ordering. "Okay," Seito replied with a smile as usual, then turned around and left the infirmary. "Seito-sensei, let's have lunch together." Since that day, Keiho, who had been inviting Seito to have lunch together every day, greeted him with a smile. "No, I have something to do at noon today." "You can eat by yourself," Seito refused. "Then, do you have time tonight, sensei? Kurimoto, number, and I are looking forward to seeing you again," Keiho continued to ask with a smile. "Tomorrow, I'll meet you at the apartment tomorrow." Seito pondered for a moment, then looked at Keiho and replied. "Then it's a deal." "Sensei," Keiho hurriedly said. It's a deal. I'll definitely go to the apartment tomorrow to fulfill your wish," Seito said with an ambiguous smile on his face. After receiving an affirmative answer, Keiho tactfully stopped pestering Seito and walked back to the classroom with her lunch. "Rika." Just as Seito was about to continue walking after Keiho left, Shiroki Rika's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. She had a strange expression as she greeted him in a way that only people close to her would do. "Ito-sensei," Shiroki Rika's expression was a bit gloomy as she called out. "Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be in a good mental state. What's wrong?" Seito walked in front of Shiroki Rika and asked. Ito-sensei, I want to talk to you," Shiroki Rika said in a low voice after hesitating for a moment. "Now?" Seito slightly frowned and asked. "If I don't disturb you, sensei," Shiroki Rika said with her head lowered. "Okay, let's go to the rooftop." "There's no one there," Seito sighed and agreed. Then he turned around and walked towards the rooftop with Shiroki Rika, who silently followed behind him. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the empty rooftop. At the same time, Seito closed the door that connected the rooftop and the staircase. Okay, you can talk now. What's wrong with you? Seito looked at Shiroki Rika, who still had her head lowered and didn't speak. After about half a minute of silence, Shiroki Rika suddenly raised her head and looked at Seito and asked, "Sensei, I want to know what you think of me. You're a very beautiful little girl with a good figure. You have a very gentle and smooth personality. You're a good child loved by your family." Seito politely commented. "Sensei, you know that's not what I want to know." Shiroki Rika said with some emotion, "I want to know what I really look like in your eyes, Sensei." "What I said above is what you look like in my eyes." Seito replied with an affirmative tone, then his voice softened. "You're worried about what I think of you after that incident, right? In fact, you don't need to worry at all. I know that at that time you were under the influence of magic. You're still a good girl. Then if I want to be Sensei's girlfriend, Sensei, would you accept? Accept me like this?" Shiroki Rika took a step forward, her hand lightly covered her chest, and her eyes shined as she stared at Seito's face and asked, "I know Sensei already has a girlfriend. I don't ask to be Sensei's lover. But please leave the position of lover to me. I beg you, Sensei." Then without waiting for Seito's response, Shiroki Rika rushed in front of him, her hands wrapped around his waist, and her cheeks pressed against Seito's chest, and said loudly, "In Japanese, lover refers to the main wife or girlfriend. Lover means the third party. Have you thought it through?" Seito looked down at Shiroki Rika in his arms and asked softly, "Yes, I've thought it through." Shiroki Rika looked up at Seito's face and said firmly, "Well then, I promise you." Looking at Shiroki Rika's current appearance, Seito was very worried that she would commit suicide by jumping off a building like the original, but he recalled Shiroki Rika's situation in his mind, and finally nodded in agreement. "Sensei, kiss me." Shiroki Rika's face lit up with joy, closed her eyes, raised her head, and said softly. Looking at Shiroki Rika in his arms with a face full of expectation, Seito lowered his head and kissed her, and they embraced each other. Chapter 921. Sensei, let's go together after school. Please visit this website, Shiroki Rika said softly as she looked up at Seito's face. "No, I have something to do today, let's do it another day." Seito shook his head and refused. Shiroki Rika's expression changed when she saw Seito's refusal, and she said emotionally, "Sensei, was that just a perfunctory answer?" "It's not perfunctory." Seito couldn't help but say softly when he saw Shiroki Rika's emotional state again. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Shiroki Rika's hand that was pressed against his chest and moved it down to his lower abdomen. He smiled and said, "You see, it's ready to go. It's obvious that it's attracted to you, so how could I be perfunctory?" Shiroki Rika felt the strange feeling from her palm, and her cheeks turned red as she lowered her head. "I really have something to do today, so I can't go with you," Seito said when he saw Shiroki Rika's emotions had calmed down again. "What about tomorrow?" Shiroki Rika looked up at Seito and asked. "I promised Keiho classmate Zubo to join her magic club." Seito answered honestly. "Is Zubo classmate also Sensei's woman?" Shiroki Rika's expression changed slightly when she heard this, and she asked anxiously. "She's still a bit off, but after tomorrow she will be." Seito shook his head and explained. "Tomorrow's magic club." Shiroki Rika muttered to herself, and then looked at Seito with a serious face and asked, "Then, Sensei, can you take me with you tomorrow? I remember that day when Sensei said that he would teach me how to use magic, right? Even if we do something embarrassing there, do you still want to go? Are you going too?" Itose looked down at Shiroki Rika in his arms and raised his eyebrows. "Yes." Shiroki Rika's eyes were firm as she responded, "Sensei. Don't worry, I won't hinder you. If necessary, I can also join in." At the end of her speech, Shiroki Rika grabbed Sei Ito's palm and pressed it on her chest. Her 5 fingers pressed down hard. As expected, Shiroki Rika is the most mentally unstable member of the original series. Sei Ito stared into Shiroki Rika's eyes and thought to himself, but this kind of personality that is willing to do anything after she has made up her mind is not bad. Then, okay. Ito Seiji pretended to be hesitant. Hesitantly, he nodded and agreed. "Sensei, there is still some time before the end of the lunch break. Do you want to?" After getting the answer she wanted, Shiroki Rika's face immediately showed a happy expression. She then reached out and touched Sei Ito's lower abdomen. While gently rubbing, she asked softly with a face full of spring, "Forget it if it's here. You won't be able to go to class in the afternoon. It's not good for your image." Sei Ito shook his head and refused. "As long as I can make Sensei happy, I can do it." Shiroki Rika's expression was full of temptation, but her tone was very firm. "Since you are so considerate of me, I can't not be considerate of you. So forget it." Sei Ito's hand reached down. He held down Shiroki Rika's naughty hand and said, "Sensei." Shiroki Rika softly called out. After that, Sei Ito kissed the deeply moved Shiroki Rika for a while and sent her back to the school building. He didn't keep his promise and went to the health room. A few minutes later, Sei Ito returned to the health room with the door closed. Sei Ito tried to open the door and found that it was as he expected. It was locked from the inside. Then Sei Ito took out the key to the health room from his pocket, which he had been given ever since he became the health room's teacher, and inserted it into the keyhole. He gently twisted it. Gotcha! A soft sound was heard when the key was twisted. Hearing the door open, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He used his left arm to hold the door handle and pulled the door of the health room horizontally open. In an instant, a naked short-haired girl kneeling on the bed with her hands and knees, and Kitami Rika kneeling behind the short-haired girl with her hands on the short-haired girl's butt, her body leaning forward, her waist moving rhythmically, entered Ito Sei's line of sight. Hearing the sound of the door, Reika Kitami's sharp eyes immediately looked at the door. What a disobedient guy. Seeing Sei Ito standing at the door, Reika Kitami frowned and whispered in disgust. Then she shouted at Sei Ito, who was pretending to be shocked, "Come in! Lock the door." "Ah, okay." Sei Ito dazedly followed Reika Kitami's instructions into the health room and locked the door behind him. "Didn't I tell you not to come back at noon?" Reika Kitami, who was still moving, asked. I came back to get something." Sei Ito stuttered. "Forget it, the original plan was to turn you into my slave anyway." Reika Kitami whispered to Sei Ito, who was pretending to be at a loss. Then she revealed a malicious smile and continued, "How about it, do you want to join me?" At the same time, Reika Kitami hugged the short-haired girl, who was kneeling on the bed, and turned her to face Sei Ito, exposing the private parts of her body to Sei Ito's eyes. Sei Ito first nodded instinctively, then he seemed to remember something and quickly shook his head. He turned his head to the side and pretended to be a gentleman. "Humph!" Kitami Rika snorted coldly and let go of the short-haired girl in her arms. Then, she stood naked on the ground and walked step by step towards Ito Seiji, who was staring at her with a gaze that was not supposed to be on her body. "Sensei, don't stop." On the side, the short-haired girl suddenly felt empty and murmured in a daze. "Brat, what are you pretending for? You've already betrayed yourself very honestly." Reika Kitami walked in front of Sei Ito and put her head in front of his face. Her left hand pressed on Sei Ito's lower abdomen and smiled. "Now, let me give you some more intense pleasure." Reika Kitami said and squatted down. She took out the weapon hidden under Sei Ito's pants and swallowed it. "How is it? It feels great, right?" Reika Kitami looked up at Sei-Ito and asked with a smile. It feels great, Kitami-sensei. Sei-Ito pretended to be enjoying it. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Reika Kitami's head, pressing her face close to his body. But just when Reika Kitami thought she got what she wanted, a strong impact suddenly appeared in her mind, causing her to pass out involuntarily. Her limp body fell to the ground. With Reika Kitami's faint, the thing that shouldn't have appeared in her body immediately retracted back into Reika Kitami's body, making her become a normal woman again. Bisexuality, before the 10th century, was regarded as the Holy Spirit of Christianity. After the 10th century, it was regarded as a product of heresy. In alchemy, it represents the symbol of the universe and liberation. At the same time, it also represents the final result of alchemy, the philosopher's stone. Even in other religions, it has a special meaning. Sei-Ito looked down at the unconscious Reika Kitami and thought, if those religious people knew that some of the strange things in their religion could be created with just a black magic book, they would probably be furious. Just when Sei-Ito was deep in thought, the short-haired girl, who couldn't wait any longer, suddenly rushed in front of Sei-Ito. She pushed Sei-Ito to the ground in an exaggerated manner and straddled his thighs. She reached down and grabbed Sei-Ito's exposed innate weapon. She pointed the muzzle of the weapon at her own Taoyuan village and sat down. Oh! The short-haired girl, who had her hands on Sei-Ito's shoulders, closed her eyes and raised her head, letting out a soft moan. Then, the short-haired girl didn't care and started moving. Sei-Ito, who felt that the ground was a little cold and could easily catch a cold, had an idea. Together with the short-haired girl and Kitami Lihua, they appeared on the two beds in the health care room and lay down on them. After a while, the short-haired girl suddenly let out a loud and suppressed moan. The short-haired girl weakly lay on Sei-Ito's chest, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Sei-Ito turned to the side and gently placed the short-haired girl, who was resting with her eyes closed, on the bed. He got up and walked to Reika Kitami's bedside and lowered his head to examine her. Since only one pure soul is needed to offset all the sins on Reika Kitami's body, then it's much easier. However, I can't keep this body anymore. Sei-Ito thought as he recalled all of Reika Kitami's actions in the original work and estimated the value of the contract. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito flipped his hand and took out a brand new syringe. He opened the package and took out the needle. He emptied the syringe into the vein of Reika Kitami's right arm and slowly extracted Reika Kitami's blood. Sei-Ito, who was holding the syringe full of dark red blood in front of his eyes, suddenly let out a mysterious chuckle. Then, he put away the syringe and gave it to one of the shadow doppelgangers in the Rubik's Cube world along with a thought. After doing all this, Sei-Ito reached out and pinched Reika Kitami's full breast. Then, he waved his hand and summoned a water ball to clean his body. He fastened his pants again, took out the dark holy scripture, and sat back on the bed where the short-haired girl was resting. He lowered his head and began to read. Half an hour later, when the lunch break was about to end, the short-haired girl finally woke up. Then, with a red face, she hurriedly picked up her school uniform and put it on. She didn't even dare to look at Sei-Ito, and quickly ran out of the infirmary. Listening to the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, Sei-Ito didn't even raise his head and waved towards the direction of the door. The door that the short-haired girl didn't close due to her panic immediately closed automatically, making a muffled bang sound. More than an hour after the lunch break ended, Reika Kitami woke up from her unconscious state with a sudden painful groan. Pa! Sei-Ito put his hands together and closed the dark holy scripture again. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at Reika Kitami, who turned her head because of the sound. Who are you? Reika Kitami looked at Sei-Ito with a gloomy face and questioned. My name is Sei-Ito, a traveler from another world. Sei-Ito said with a faint smile on his face as he looked back at the naked Reika Kitami. Then, without waiting for Reika Kitami's response, he continued, "Right now, I have two proposals for you. I think you can listen to them carefully." Reika Kitami frowned, but didn't immediately interrupt. She quietly watched Seito, wanting to hear what he wanted to say. "Including today, I know that your life will end in 3 days. You're preparing to change your body to escape the effect of the demon contract and obtain a new life." Seito looked at Reika Kitami and stated softly. Then, when Reika Kitami's expression changed slightly, he suddenly changed the topic and continued, "But I want to tell you something. I won't let your plan go smoothly." "Why?" Reika Kitami's face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water as she asked in a deep voice. "Naturally, it's because I can get the benefits I want from it." Seito chuckled. "Now, let's return to the original topic. About the two proposals." Seito flipped through the circular hexagram pendant tied to the end of the chain outside the cover of the dark holy scripture. "The first is that you continue to carry out your plan, and then I will immediately kill you on the spot and end your life prematurely." Reika Kitami's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She had the thought of immediately activating her magic to fight Seito. "The second is that you dedicate your body and mind to me, and then I will help you deceive the demon contract and continue to live." Seito ignored Reika Kitami's expression and continued. "You can enjoy my body as you wish, but correspondingly, you can't stop my plan." Reika Kitami said after a moment of silence, staring at Seito with a solemn expression. "Did you really think that I only wanted your body?" Seito said sarcastically with a mocking expression on his face. "Then wait until you experience the difference between me and other women before you say that to me with such confidence." Reika Kitami said with a proud expression. "Using sex magic to control the feeling of the opposite sex, giving the other party extraordinary sensations until the other party becomes a slave?" Seito looked at Reika Kitami with a smile that was not a smile. "Don't forget, the owner of this book is now me." Seito raised the dark holy scripture in his hand and sneered. "Now I'll give you 5 minutes to consider. Choose one or two." Seito said as he put the dark holy scripture back to his side and looked into Reika Kitami's blue eyes. Chapter 922. P.S. Thank you to 1577XX for your precious monthly vote. Voting in numbers is actually prohibited, speechless. Thank you to 1577XX, Insta-Killing Tudo, Yangbua 2001, and Nickfany for their tip. Who do you think I am? Reika Kitami was enraged by Seito's unyielding attitude. She roared angrily and pounced at Seito, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. She stretched out her right arm and cast a magic attack at Seito. Bang! However, Reika Kitami's body immediately flew back at a speed faster than when she pounced. Her limbs spread out and she slammed into the wall of the infirmary. She was stuck to the wall like a painting. "It seems that if I don't let you experience the difference in strength, you won't be able to recognize the present. Now, are you still prepared to resist me?" Seito looked up at Reika Kitami, who was still struggling, and said softly. After saying that, he increased the pressure he was exerting on Kitami Lihua's body once more. Bang! With a muffled thud, a circular crack appeared on the wall with Raiwa at the center under the immense pressure of telekinesis. "Remember to tell me when you've made up your mind." Seito no longer paid attention to Reika Kitami, who had a pained expression. He opened the dark holy scripture and lowered his head to read it. After a few minutes, Reika Kitami, who couldn't break free from Seito's psychic pressure no matter how hard she struggled, finally made a choice and said, "I understand. I'm willing to submit. Please let me go." "Very good." Seito looked up at Reika Kitami again and said indifferently. With a thought, he withdrew the telekinesis suppression he had applied on Beishan Lihua. Plop! Reika Kitami, who lost the support of the psychic pressure, fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Seito didn't do anything, but a blue electric light suddenly flew out from under his feet and hit the wall behind Reika Kitami. It exploded in the huge crack. Then, under Reika Kitami's gaze, the crack on the wall recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it returned to its original flat appearance without any trace of damage. Seeing this, Reika Kitami's respect for Seito grew even more. She completely annihilated the little thoughts from before. "Put it on," Ito-sei said as he used telekinesis to send the clothes piled on the side to Kitami Lihua. Beijian Lihua didn't say anything. She took the clothes and put them on one by one. Soon, she returned to the appearance of a private high school's healthcare doctor, Reika Kitami. Reika Kitami, who was in awe of Seito, didn't dare to be presumptuous. She obediently spent the afternoon with Seito. "Let's go." Seito, who closed the dark holy scripture in his hand, turned his head to look at the sky and suddenly got up. Then, he walked out of the healthcare room. Although Reika Kitami was full of doubts, she tactfully didn't ask. She quickly followed behind Seito. They walked out of the healthcare room together. They left the teaching building and went to the basement that left a deep impression on her. In the basement, Seito still didn't tell Reika Kitami what to do. He just suddenly clasped his hands in front of him and pressed his body to the ground. In an instant, the blue lightning that Reika Kitami saw in the afternoon suddenly burst out from Seito's hands. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire basement. It transformed the basement that was full of dark blood and dust. The floor and walls were engraved with magic formations. A few minutes later, as the blue lightning disappeared, a brand new basement appeared in front of Reika Kitami's eyes. The floor, walls, and ceiling were engraved with countless complicated patterns. They didn't seem connected to each other, but they were connected to each other. It was the first time Reika Kitami saw such a complicated magic formation. She felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. "Take off your clothes and lie down at the center of the magic formation." Seito stood at the edge of the magic formation and ordered as he pointed at the center of the magic formation on the ground. Reika Kitami's eyes flickered. She didn't ask anything and took off her clothes. Then, she walked naked to the center of the magic formation and lay down on her back. "Now I will extract your soul and seal it in this Leah stone in my hand. I will release it when your new body is complete." Seito flipped his hand and took out a dark blue Leah stone that could store a soul and showed it to Reika Kitami. "I understand, my lord." Reika Kitami turned her head and looked at the Leah stone that was shining with a mysterious light. "It won't take long. In at most a month, you will be able to use your new body to live under the sun again," Seito comforted as he ate the Leah stone with one hand and made seals with the other. Reika Kitami nodded to show that she understood. Then, she straightened her head and looked at the complicated magic formation on the ceiling. No one knew what she was thinking. "It will be very painful when your soul is extracted. Bear with it," Seito said to Reika Kitami after he finished making the Leah stone that was used to store souls. Seeing that Reika Kitami didn't say anything, Seito didn't waste any more words. He squatted down and pressed his palm on the ground. Then, he circulated the energy in his body to activate the magic formation in front of him. Accompanied by a faint feeling of emptiness, Seito's magic formation started with the magic formation on the ground, followed by the magic formations on the walls. Finally, the magic formation on the ceiling released a gentle silver-white light, connecting with each other and turning the entire basement into a silver-white space. "Ah!" At this moment, a series of screams came from Reika Kitami's mouth. Her body was twisted and her facial features were deformed. Then, a transparent Reika Kitami slowly broke free from Reika Kitami's body. Her body was covered in pitch-black mist. "That black mist is the embodiment of the demon contract," Seito thought as he looked at Reika Kitami's soul through the light. The speed at which the soul left the body was very fast, less than half a minute. But for Reika Kitami, the process must have been slower than a century. Seito sent another stream of energy to maintain the magic formations effect. He raised his hand and waved at Reika Kitami's soul. Reika Kitami's soul immediately flew uncontrollably to Seito. "Bear with it a little longer," Seito said to Reika Kitami's soul. Then, under her confused gaze, he flipped his hand and took out several high-grade exorcism talismans with dark red writing on them. He tossed them to Reika Kitami's soul. The golden glow of the talismans, large amounts of black gas drifted out from Reika Kitami's body, gathering like dark clouds in the silver space. As the clouds accumulated, it became more and more mysterious, as though it could evolve into a monster that could attack at any time. "In the past 12 years, you've offered a lot of virgins to the demons." He sighed softly as he watched Reika Kitami's spirit body become weaker and weaker in the black fog. It was as if it could disappear at any time. "Please, save me, I don't want to die." Reika Kitami's soul endured the intense pain and looked pleadingly at Seito. "Don't worry, since I've spent so much effort to do this, I won't let you die." Seito comforted her in an affirmative tone, and then waved his hand to summon the few remaining pure soul fragments in the space and threw them into Reika Kitami's fluctuating soul. With the addition of this pure soul power, Reika Kitami seemed to have eaten an elixir, and her face couldn't help but show a comfortable expression. At the same time, the soul that had become dangerous also stabilized. After this, I must find time to return to the Hunter's world or Naruto's world to accumulate some soul fragments again. Otherwise, not to mention the reincarnation system in the Magic Cube world, even if I need to use it, I will be stretched thin, Seito secretly said in his heart as he felt the remaining number of soul fragments in his hand. After this matter is over, I will send you to learn orthodox magic. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to use the magic in the dark holy scripture. Do you understand? Seito looked at Reika Kitami and said solemnly, "Yes, sir." Reika Kitami, who had seen Seito's power and was full of awe of Seito, agreed. "Forget it, I'll just add a seal on your body later, in case you don't remember it and make that place a mess." Then, Seito shook his head slightly and said, In this way, after a stalemate of 5 or 6 minutes, all the black fog on Reika Kitami's body finally dissipated, and Reika Kitami's soul returned to its original pure appearance. Coupled with the test and torture in the process of dispelling the black fog, and the replenishment of the soul fragments, Reika Kitami's soul has become more condensed and pure. Once she regains her body, as long as she is properly nurtured, she will definitely be able to easily step into the main world's B-rank strength, and even have the potential to advance into A-rank. Another person with the same potential was Takashiro Kwanko, who had merged with Seito's soul. Seal. Seeing that the black fog had dissipated, Seito formed a seal with one hand and held a special Leia stone crystal in his hand as he shouted at Reika Kitami. As Seito's voice fell, 5 or 6 chains emitting a faint platinum light flew out of the Leia stone crystal and wrapped around Reika Kitami's soul like a prisoner, dragging her into the Leia stone crystal. Sir. After experiencing the double torture of having her soul extracted and the black fog dispersed, the fear of death made Reika Kitami somewhat revert back to the ignorant young girl from 12 years ago. She called out with a frightened face, "Don't resist. In a month you will be Ziyu." Seito smiled at Reika Kitami. To be continued. Chapter 923. Roar. Just when Reika Kitami obeyed Seito's instructions and stopped resisting, letting the chains formed by energy drag her into the Leia stone crystal, an angry roar came from the black cloud floating in the magic circle space. Please visit the latest free chapter of this book. Immediately afterward, the black cloud was like a space channel. dozens of dark tentacles flew out of the black cloud and grabbed Reika Kitami's soul and Sei-to, who was standing outside the magic circle. Lin Bing Do Zhe Lai Zhe Qian Xing. Seeing this, Sei-to didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately summoned dozens of yellow paper talismans written with dark red cinnabar on the surface, while chanting Taoist's 9 words mantra. Under the influence of Taoist's 9 words mantra, the dozens of talismans that flew out spontaneously flew up as if they were controlled by an invisible arm. When the tentacles from the black cloud flew in front of Sei-to and Reika Kitami's soul, they formed a transparent energy barrier, blocking them all outside. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sei-to immediately urged the energy in his body to strengthen the effect of the soul sealing technique. He completely trapped Reika Kitami in the Leia stone crystal. Humph! Sei-to, who turned his hand and took back the Leia stone crystal that sealed Reika Kitami's soul back into the Rubik's Cube world, snorted coldly. He squatted down and pressed his hands on the edge of the magic circle on the ground again. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Not only did the light emitted by the formation change from a gentle silver white to a somewhat bloody dark red, even the number of formations activated had changed from all 6 to only the formations on the ceiling and the ground that were activated. Let me see, the bisexual has a special meaning in any mystical system. What's the difference between this and the sage stone made by combining the power of demons? Itose sneered as he stared at the pitch-black tentacles baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. As soon as he finished speaking, the red light emitted by the formation on the ceiling and the ground were completely connected. Like a scarlet energy beam, it enveloped Reika Kitami's body and the pitch-black tentacle in the center of the formation. However, no matter how much it roared, it was useless in the refinement of the Philosopher's Stone, the highest achievement in alchemy. It could only be reduced to a base material for the Philosopher's Stone. The light from the formation lasted for more than a minute, almost 2 minutes, before soundlessly exploding into countless shards of light that flickered with a dark red light. As it drifted away, it blended into the air of the basement. At the same time, a blood-red object about the size of an adult's knuckle, exuding a faint magnificent luster, floated in the void in the center of the magic circle and reflected in Sei-to's eyes. This was the ultimate product that alchemists had been bitterly pursuing. It represented the 5th element, ether, eternity, panacea, elixir of immortality, golden core, and so on, the Philosopher's Stone. Sei-to reached out his hand and grabbed the Philosopher's Stone that automatically floated in front of him. So pure! And compared to the world of steel alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone that was refined with human souls and lives gives off a much stronger feeling, as if this Philosopher's Stone is the real Philosopher's Stone. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, Sei-to thought to himself, "Bisexual and demon, huh?" Sei-to muttered to himself as he put away the Philosopher's Stone. Then he turned around, stepped on the stairs leading to the ground, and walked to the surface. And the moment Sei-to left the basement, the walls, floor, and ceiling that were engraved with the formation all exploded with a poof sound. It turned into a pile of dust that spread in the enclosed basement and gradually drifted to the ground, covering the ground with a thick layer of dust. After dealing with Reika Kitami's matter, when he walked out of the school, his legs were wrapped in black knee-length stockings. He wore a black high-waisted shorts with small slits on both sides, a white shirt and a red and white jacket. Takacheng Kwanko appeared in front of Sei-to's eyes with her long red hair naturally draped over her back. "Kwanko? Why are you here?" Sei-to said with a slightly surprised expression. "Phew! You finally came out." Seeing Sei-to, Takacheng Kwanko immediately let out a long breath and relaxed. "What's wrong? Worried that I would be at a disadvantage in the fight with Reika Kitami?" Sei-to, who stepped forward and hugged Takacheng Kwanko's waist, asked with a smile. But it's also a matter. After all, in your mind, dark holy scripture is a terrifying magic book. Reika Kitami is a dangerous person. The demonic power she uses is not something ordinary people can deal with. Without waiting for Takacheng Kwanko to answer, Seito opened his mouth and stated, "I'm sorry." Takacheng Kwanko lowered her head and said with an apologetic expression, "It's nothing. After all, this is limited by your vision. When you understand more in the future, you will understand that the current Reika Kitami is not that scary," Seito said as he lightly patted Takacheng Kwanko's butt. How is she now?" Feeling the sensation from her butt, Takacheng Kwanko asked in a low voice with a slightly red face. "Let's talk as we walk." Seito put one arm around Takacheng Kwanko's waist and pushed her to the apartment where she lived. "From now on, you can completely rest assured that Reika Kitami will no longer appear in this world. Similarly, after we leave, the book Dark Holy Scripture will also disappear from this world. No one will be harmed because of it." "That's great." Although she felt something in her heart, hearing Seito's personal confirmation, Takacheng Kwanko was greatly relieved and said happily, "Tomorrow you can submit your resignation to the school and go home to pack your things. At most, in a few days we will leave this world and go to the other world where I live," Seito said softly with a smile. "So soon?" Takacheng Kwanko said with some surprise. "Well, the purpose of coming to this world has basically been achieved. For me, there is no longer any meaning in staying in this world," Seito replied. "Well, I will submit my resignation to the school tomorrow, pack my things and leave with you." Takacheng Kwanko nodded and agreed. "As expected of the good woman I like." Seito leaned his head forward and kissed Takacheng Kwanko's lip. It was the first time she kissed someone on the street. Even if there was no one around, Takacheng Kwanko felt very shy. She slightly lowered her head and blushed. After that, neither of them spoke. They quietly returned to Takacheng Kwanko's apartment while hugging each other. At the same time, that night, Seito also took the time to go to Takashi Sue's home. He saw Takashi Sue's Yuki and clearly explained his departure to her. He also said that no matter what choice she made, he would take her with him to the other world. Towards Seito's domineering attitude, Takashi Sue's Yuki's heart was happy, but also a little flustered. After all, for an ordinary woman like her, leaving the world she was familiar with and going to a completely unknown world was too exciting. She didn't know what to do. But after knowing that it was useless to resist, Takashi Sue's Yuki let go of her thoughts and wholeheartedly devoted herself to the vision of life in the new world. She also madly entangled with Seito until she exhausted her last bit of strength and fell asleep. The next day, Seito and Takacheng Kwanko went to school together as usual, and together they submitted their resignation to the principal. But even so, the two of them still stayed at school for the whole day. They did their best to be the health care teacher and art teacher for the last day. After school, Seito let Takacheng Kwanko go back by herself. He took Shiroki Rika and Zubo Keiho and left the school together and went to the apartment he went to before. "Shiroki-san, it seems you've made your choice." On the way, Zubo Keiho, who was intimately holding Seito's arm, looked at Shiroki Rika, who was also holding Seito's arm, and said ambiguously, "I heard from Sensei that you're preparing to give yourself to Sensei today. Don't worry, I won't disturb you." Shiroki Rika didn't even look at Zubo Keiho and looked straight ahead. "I hope Shiroki-san will do as you say," Zubo Keiho said with a smile. After that, Shiroki Rika and Zubo Keiho didn't say a word on the way, but they kept chatting with Seito as if they were competing with each other. When the three of them entered the Magic Club's apartment, they saw the two girls, Kurimoto and Number, who were already waiting inside. But this time was different from the previous meeting. Kuramoto and Number didn't wear the gray-black robes that only ascetics wore. Instead, they stood there naked with their hands covering their chests and lower body. Their cheeks were red, and they stood there naked. Sensei, this is Kuramoto and Number's choice. On the side, Zubo Keiho let go of Seito's arm and retreated to the side. She slowly took off her clothes with a smile. On the other side, Shiroki Rika, who saw Zubo Keiho's actions and Kuramoto and Number's actions, frowned. She also let go of his arm and retreated to the side, silently taking off her clothes. Soon, 4 naked girls' bodies appeared before Seito's eyes without any concealment. They each looked at Seito with bashful smiles, waiting for him to act. As expected, conquering the inner world requires not only strength, but also stamina. Moreover, it also requires a high level of concentration. Otherwise, just these temptations alone are enough to make people fall for them. Seito sighed inwardly as he looked at the 4 girls who each had their own advantages. But at this time, Seito didn't act pretentious. He took off his clothes with a strange smile, then stepped forward to the middle of the 4 girls. He opened his arms and hugged each of them, kissing and entangling them one by one. Chapter 924. P.S. Thank you to Dark Night Starry Sky for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Seckle Potato, NXCX, and Nickfanny for your tip. Yi, use this book as a clue and help me search for the whereabouts of this book. In the corner of the city street, Seito handed the dark holy scripture and a piece of paper with a half-moon fragment to Yi beside him. 3 days had passed since that ridiculous night. In these 3 days, Seito brought Takashiro Kenko, Shiroki Rika, Keiho Zubo, Kuramoto, Numbing, and Wakase Yukiko into the Rubik's Cube world. Among them, Takashiro Kenko, Shiroki Rika, Keiho Zubo, Numbing were directly arranged to enter the magic school with Oriana and Inticus as lecturers for a second study. Okay. Yi, who reached out to receive the 2 items, agreed, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At this time, the aura around Yi's body changed, from a calm and peaceful aura to a slightly wild and primitive aura. At the same time, a pair of golden beast-like eyes slowly opened as Yi's eyes were reflected in Ito-sei's eyes. Then, the feeling around Yi's body changed again. A red aura shield that could only be seen with special vision appeared around Yi's body. This was the special telekinesis ability that Yi could awaken after opening the Dragon Eye state. Originally, Yi obtained the strengthened telekinesis ability that only simple and stubborn people could obtain. But after Seito recalled the information that Kalapika obtained the special telekinesis ability after opening the fiery eyes in the original work, he let Yi also open her special dragon eye to test if she could awaken the special telekinesis ability. And the result was not beyond Seito's expectations. Yi's telekinesis ability really changed into a special ability. Yi's special ability was very simple. It was based on the special application of the Dragon's Eye ability. However, compared to the original Heaven's True Maiden Wangen Eye, who could only predict the future and could not be controlled, Yi's special ability could peek into the past and the future, and it could be controlled. Among them, peeking into the past was the easiest and had fewer restrictions. Peeking into the future, however, had more requirements and could only gather vague information. In order to find out the exact situation of a certain object, a very detailed clue was needed. Right now, Seito was using Yi's Dragon Eye's derivative ability. With the related item, Dark Holy Scripture, as a clue and the map as a location, he was able to track and locate the item. I'm sorry, Ah-cheng. There's a dense fog in front of us. We weren't able to track down the whereabouts of the item you wanted. Yi said to Seito dejectedly. Seito put his palm on Yi's slightly drooping head and gently rubbed it with a smile. It's okay. No need to rush. We'll take it slow. Ito retracted his hand and looked at Yi with a smile. While we're looking for the item, let's have a good honeymoon in this world. After all, we haven't been alone for a long time. Yi, who heard Ito say that he wanted to go on a honeymoon with him, nodded happily. She then handed the dark holy scripture in her hand back to Ito. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Ito's arm, then leaned her body tightly against Ito's body. Ito Seiji looked at Yi with a smile on his face. He bent his right index finger and gently scratched the bridge of her nose. Yi's delicate voice will collapse. He took Yi and walked far away. With a playful attitude, they strolled around the dark holy scripture world that was still in the early 90s. They strolled around for more than half a month. During this period, aside from using the dragon's eye to track down the whereabouts of the item, the two were glued to each other every day. They strolled around the streets, ate, watched movies, and did shameless things. Is this the place? That afternoon, Ito asked Yi when they arrived at the outskirts of a small town in Germany. Yi looked at Ito and said, "I'm testing it." Ito nodded and handed the dark holy scripture to Yi. Yi reached out and took the dark holy scripture. She activated the dragon's eye and the special telekinesis that can only be awakened in the dragon's eye state. She activated the ability to search for relevant information. Soon, different from the blurry image produced by the previous contraction, a large number of clear and accurate images that looked very familiar appeared in Yi's mind. She recorded them in her heart and pieced them together bit by bit like a Rubik's Cube. That's right, Ah-Cheng. It's here. After a moment, Yi withdrew her telekinesis and closed the dragon's eye. She handed the dark holy scripture back to Ito and confirmed. "Okay, Yi, step back," Ito said as he put away the dark holy scripture. Yi nodded and obediently stepped back. Seeing that Yi had retreated a certain distance, Ito didn't hesitate. She immediately put her palms together in front of her and pressed them against the ground. In an instant, a large amount of blue electric light shot out from Ito's palms. In the blink of an eye, it covered the ground in a radius of about 10 meters in front of Ito. It was like two invisible giant hands of Hercules, splitting the ground that was covered in electric light into two. Gradually, a buried tomb emerged from the broken ground and came into Ito's sight. The entire tomb was made of stone. Judging from the initial visual inspection, it was probably around 200 to 300 years old. The style tended to be local, and the specifications were not exaggerated. It seemed that the identity of the owner of the tomb was not very high. According to the guess, it was probably at the level of a knight. "Wait for me here." Ito, who had put away the refining technique, turned around and ordered Yi, who was standing not far away. "Okay." Yi nodded in response. Ito nodded to Yi, then jumped into the stone tomb that was more than 10 meters below the ground. The tomb wasn't big. It was about the size of a normal two-bedroom house. It was divided into the main tomb and the auxiliary tomb. In the auxiliary tomb, there were some ceramic jars with rice, chestnuts, wine, and other things inside. There were also a few exquisite porcelain items. In the main tomb, in addition to a stone coffin in the center, there was a stone horse on both sides of the coffin. There was also a set of European-style knight armor and a spear. However, the quality of the armor wasn't very good. It was already covered with traces of wear and tear. He finished searching the main and auxiliary tombs. Ito, who couldn't find what he was looking for, finally looked at the stone coffin in the center of the main tomb. "Ma." After staring at the coffin for a moment, Ito made an unknown sound. Although Ito had been to many worlds and killed many people, this was the first time he was doing the job of a tomb raider. Moreover, he was directly lifting a coffin. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Fortunately, Ito's mind was firm. He immediately erased the strange feeling in his heart. Then, He flipped his hand and took out several yellow paper talismans. He waved his hand and pasted the talismans on the walls and ceiling of the tomb. Since black magic existed in this world, he had to be on guard against the existence of other undead in this coffin. Although the thing he was looking for would definitely not allow undead to breed, after finishing his preparations, Seito stepped in front of the stone coffin. He used his psychokinesis to wrap around the coffin lid and opened it. In an instant, a white skeleton wrapped in rags appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Found it, Seito's gaze fixed on the coffin as he softly muttered to himself. Then, he split his psychokinesis into two. One wrapped around the coffin lid and spun in the air. The other reached into the hands of the white skeleton and wrapped around the half-moon fragment that the white skeleton was holding. It dragged it out and brought it to Seito's eyes. Sorry, Seito didn't immediately reach out to take the fragment. Instead, he looked at the skeleton in the coffin and said. Then, he used his psychokinesis to cover the coffin lid again. He took out a demon suppression and exorcism talisman and pasted it on the surface of the coffin lid. Then, Seito waved his hand again. A clear stream of water appeared out of thin air and poured over the half-moon fragment floating in front of him, washing away any impurities that might have existed on it. It was at this moment. Seito reached out and held it in his hand. Tisk, I didn't expect that in this world. There would be fragments of the Spear of Longinus. It's really surprising. Seito looked at the black half-moon fragment in his hand and sighed. Seito, who had achieved his goal, didn't stay any longer. He flew out of the tomb and landed on the ground. How is it, Ah-Cheng, did you find it? Seeing Seito fly out, Yi quickly stepped forward and asked. You have already located it so accurately, how can I not find it? Seito showed Yi the fragment of the Spear of Longinus in his hand and smiled. While he spoke, the ground that split on both sides behind him automatically and slowly gathered in the middle. With a loud boom, it closed together again and became a complete piece of land. Although it's unlikely, Yi, try to correlate it and see if you can find other fragments. Seito, who didn't look at the ground behind him, handed the fragment in his hand to Yi. Okay. Yi, who reached out and took the fragment of the Spear of Longinus, nodded. He immediately opened his dragon eyes and special telekinesis to sense the items that might be related to the fragment in his hand. No, I can't sense it at all. After a short while, Yi, who opened his eyes again, shook his head and said, I think so too. It's already good that this world has such a heaven-defying item. If there are other fragments, I'm going to wonder if this world was split from the world where Jesus was crucified. Seito, who put away the fragment that Yi handed back in his hand, smiled. Let's go. We will stay in this world for 2 more days and then leave here. Seito, who stepped forward and reached out to wrap his arm around Yi's waist, said, Okay. Yi responded happily. After that, Seito accompanied Yi to play in Germany for 2 more days. Then, they both disappeared from the streets of Germany in the dark Holy Scripture world and returned home in the Rubik's Cube world. After spending a good day with his mother, Eriko, who had completely stabilized her rank, his elder sister, Suzu Ito, and Rita Ito, who was strolling around or playing with Hiru Suzuki, Seito appeared alone in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to world number 2. Seito raised his head and ordered. As soon as Seito's voice fell, a huge vortex hidden in the void immediately emerged. In the blink of an eye, it changed from an almost undetectable state of low-speed rotation to a high-speed vortex that seemed to have stopped moving. A huge suction force sucked Seito, who was standing below the vortex, into it until he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the center of the vortex. Crackle! The next moment, in the sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared in a dense forest. Phew! I'm finally back here. It's located near the ruins of Lokoke in the NGL Republic, the place that left a shadow in my heart for the first time. Seito turned his head to the southwest and exhaled softly. Since I'm here, let's explore the ruins of Lokoke again, and then plunder the soul fragments in this world. Having made up his mind, Seito did not hesitate. He turned into a shadow and rushed toward the southwest. Seito's original position was not far from the ruins of Lokoke, and his current speed was incomparable to when he had just obtained the power of telekinesis. In less than 2 minutes, Seito once again arrived at the ruins of Lokoke with countless exquisite stone pillars. Seito did not pay much attention to the first half of the ruins that he had already explored once. He directly passed through the barren first half of the ruins that had been plundered by other professional treasure hunters countless times, and came to the cave in the second half of the ruins that made him stop in his track. As soon as Itose stepped into the warning area, the ghost-like dark and invisible substance that had appeared in the last exploration immediately swarmed out and pounced on Itose, who was the intruder. He didn't know whether the things in the ruins remembered people or not, but as soon as Itose stepped into the warning area, the ghost-like invisible substance that appeared in the last exploration immediately swarmed out and pounced on Itose. Seito, who knew that telekinesis was tantamount to suicide, quickly waved his hand and took out a dozen bright yellow talismans written with dark red cinnabar. While chanting the Taoist 9 words mantra, he waved his arm and stuck the talismans between his index and middle fingers one by one in the void in front of him, forming a barrier in front of him. Chi-chi. As soon as the black shadows touched the barrier, they immediately made a strange sound as if they were scalded. I'm not the same person now. Seito looked at the strange creatures that were blocked outside the barrier and sneered. Then he formed a seal in front of him with both hands and shouted softly, Akalanatha, Fire World Curse. This was the yin-yang spell that he learned from the spirit-eating world. Under the influence of the spell, a bright yellow light exuding a blazing heat suddenly appeared in front of Seito. It rotated at high speed to form a huge flame vortex, entangling those black shadows. Squeak, 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 squeak. In an instant, a large number of mouse-like squeaks sounded from the black shadows and echoed in the ruins. Chapter 925. Even under the burning of the Akalanatha Flame World Curse, those black shadow monsters still let out irritating and inhuman cries. However, Seito, whose mental state was no longer that of an ordinary person, had no reaction at all. His mind was calm as he ignored the disturbance of the cries. Afterwards, Seito used a defensive barrier to protect himself and the Akalanatha Flame World Curse to open a path. He slowly walked into the tunnel while burning the entire way. Perhaps it didn't expect the situation to change like this. The unknown existence in the depths of the tunnel was clearly enraged. In an instant, the temperature in the already cold and mysterious tunnel dropped by several degrees. At the same time, a heavy killing intent crazily surged out from the depths of the tunnel and shot towards Seito's mind as if it was solid. Lin. Suppress. Seito's mind transformed into his own body. His hands formed the Lin seal as he lightly shouted. In an instant, Seito's mental will became as condensed as a boulder. It shrunk into a ball of resplendent glowing gemstone and welcomed the attack of the terrifying evil image formed by the scarlet clouds that rushed into his mind. No matter how it scratched and bit, it couldn't shake Seito's will in the slightest. Roar. The unknown creature in the depths of the tunnel opened its mouth and let out an angry roar that resounded through the tunnel. Following the end of this roar, the black shadow monsters blocking in front of Seito immediately retreated like the tide and stood still a few meters away from Seito. They seemed to be devouring each other and fusing together. After more than a minute like this, a mouthless monster with a head like a lion, a body like a tiger, a tail like a snake, 8 claws like a spider, pitch-black hair all over its body, and eyes glowing with a red light appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Roar. At this moment, a sharp howl comparable to Vesta's dolphin sound was heard from the monster's body. It formed a shockwave visible to the naked eye. It directly bombarded Sei Ito. Inhale, roar. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate. Immediately, he raised his head and took a deep breath. Then, he roared using the lion roar divine skill of Buddhism. Two shockwaves formed by sound instantly collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosion spread out horizontally from the point of contact. A huge gust of wind blew in the tunnel at the same time as the shock wave spread out. Although this passage was strange, it was an ancient building from 5,300 years ago. Therefore, under the attack of the impact, a large number of cracks appeared on the walls around the passage. Like a spider web, it extended in all directions. Sei Ito, who had withstood the impact of the shockwave with his barrier, did not stop moving. His hands rapidly formed several hand seals in front of him. At the moment when the handprint was formed, a huge waterfall-like water suddenly appeared around Ito-sei's body, spinning like a city wall and wrapping Ito-sei in the middle of the water curtain. Then, like a broken dam or a swarming wave, it surged violently into the tunnel. Bang! The moment the water curtain hit the ground, a loud sound immediately echoed in the passage. At the same time, a strong vibration reverberated in the tunnel. A large amount of dust drifted down from the cracks in the tunnel and merged with the tide that was rushing into the tunnel. This is the A-level ninjutsu of Naruto World, Water Release. Water Clear Wave. However, in this place where there is no water, Sei Ito also consumed some of his body's energy to successfully summon this kind of water. Sei Ito didn't know how deep the passage was, and he didn't know whether the water flow was enough or not. Once again, he launched the water release, water clear wave technique to summon the water flow into the depths of the passage. After 3 times, Ito Seiji, who felt the waves returning, activated the water escape technique of the 5 elements of Taoism. He turned into a stream of water and disappeared into the water in the passage, rushing toward the inside of the passage. As one of the 5 elements release jutsu of Taoism, its movement speed in the water was exaggerated, almost instantaneous. Sei Ito appeared at the end of the passage, in a huge underground hall. At the same time, Sei Ito's incarnation saw a huge ugly meatball with a diameter of about 7 meters, covered with scarlet tentacles, tightly grasping the walls of the underground hall. Damn, this appearance, isn't it the evil eye of the evil faction in the Western magical world? Sei Ito looked at the huge eye at the top of the hall and said in amazement. At this time, the evil eye felt the gaze of Sei Ito, and a huge vertical pupil was exposed from the eyelids of the evil eye, looking at him who looked like a small dot. At the same time, a burst of spiritual power fiercely attacked Sei Ito's mind. Sei Ito, who suddenly felt the spiritual attack, frowned and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. What a strong spiritual attack! Even I feel like I'm not a match for it. Sei Ito thought to himself with a serious expression, I don't know if this evil eye came from the New World. If it did, then I'll have to reconsider my previous plan. Whoosh! At this time, the evil eye, who saw that it couldn't annihilate Sei Ito's soul with its spiritual attack, fiercely swung its 2 flesh tentacles towards Sei Ito's body. Akalanatha Fire World Curse. A flame instantly appeared in front of Sei Ito, who was forming a seal with both hands, and spun towards the 2 tentacles to burn. Squeak, 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 squeak. The evil eye, whose tentacles had been burned, let out a string of rat-like squeaks. Along with these squeaks, that heart-throbbing feeling of frustration faintly appeared in Sei Ito's heart again. The more it was injured, the crazier it became. The evil eye, whose tentacles had been burned, once again split off 2 tentacles and lashed towards Sei Ito's body. At the same time, 2 more tentacles floated around the evil eye's eyeball, and two vertical pupils the size of a beast's eyes appeared at the tip of the tentacles, looking at Sei-Ito on the ground. Piu-piu! In an instant, two scarlet beams of light shot out from the small eyeball, shooting towards Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito stepped on the ground in front of him, and his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the evil eye. He waved his hand, summoning the heavenly sword that he hadn't used in a long time, and shot out a sharp beam of sword energy towards the evil eye's huge eyeball. Although the evil eye's eyes were very big, the speed at which they closed was extremely fast. In the instant that the sword energy shot out, they completely closed. And the most troublesome thing was that the evil eye's outer skin was abnormally hard. The sharp heavenly sword energy only left a slender mark that wasn't even half a centimeter deep on its skin. Piu-piu! The large eye closed, but the small eye didn't stop at all as it turned towards Sei-Ito, shooting out two scarlet beams of light at him. At the same time, several tentacles broke free from the walls of the hall, whipping towards Sei-Ito's body like a wall. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have had no choice but to take these attacks head-on, which had no openings at all. However, Sei-Ito, who had the ability to teleport, didn't need to use it at all. With a thought, he escaped from the tentacle's attack path and appeared in front of one of the two secondary eyes. He added energy to the heavenly sword and slashed at it. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the heavenly sword sank deep into the evil eye's tentacle. Sizzle! At this moment, a puff of white smoke, accompanied by the sound of something being corroded by sulfuric acid, came from the heavenly sword. Frowning slightly, Sei-Ito immediately pulled out his sword, escaping from the attack that followed, and appeared directly below the evil eye. Even under the protection of energy, it's still so corrosive. Sei-Ito frowned as he looked at the pitch-black mark that had appeared on the heavenly sword. Then, he wiped the damaged part of the sword with one hand. The pitch-black mark instantly disappeared from the heavenly sword, and the sword returned to its original appearance. After using alchemy to repair the damage to the heavenly sword, Sei-Ito took a step in the air. As he dodged more and more tentacles from the evil eye, he appeared beside the evil eye. Using the star steps, he swung his sword and slashed out with Taoist evil punishing lightning. Crack! Amidst the crackling of electricity, the pale white lightning struck the evil eye's surface. The righteous energy within the lightning immediately left a charred mark on the evil eye's body, which was filled with filthy energy. Seeing that the Taoist lightning technique was effective, Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows. In a flash, he appeared at one end of the hall, waved his sword, and wrote a Taoist cloud seal on the wall. Then, without waiting for the evil eye's attack to arrive, he continued to teleport and appeared at the other end of the hall. He also used his sword to write a cloud seal on the wall. Just like that, Sei-Ito ignored the evil eye's attack. He also didn't attack the evil eye. He only used teleportation to split himself into shadows, and used his sword to carve mysterious Taoist cloud seals all over the hall. Although I haven't completely mastered the Chimen Duanjia technique, just the Chimen and gate techniques are enough. Finally, Sei-Ito appeared beside a cloud seal. He reached out and pressed his hand on the cloud seal. As he stirred the energy within his body to activate the cloud seal, he raised his head and sneered at the evil eye, which had been tangled up by his teleportation. As Sei-Ito's energy surged into the cloud seal, he pressed his hand against immediately emitted a bright silver-white light. At the same time, under the influence of this cloud seal, the other cloud seals engraved on the wall also lit up in a specific order. The light that connected with each other was like a cage of light, enveloping the evil eye in the light of the cloud seal. Chimen Bagua formation, rise. Sei-Ito looked at the evil eye that was enveloped by the bright white light and shouted, "Roar!" Sensing that it was trapped, the evil eye immediately let out a sharp cry. At the same time, an explosive psychic energy spread out from the evil eye's body. It was like a shock wave that attacked the bright white light surrounding it. At this time, the Chimanbagua formation had already connected with the space of the underground hall. Under the violent psychic energy attack of the evil eye, the entire underground hall began to shake violently. Large amounts of accumulated dust floated to the ground like a gray fog, blurring the space. Chapter 926. I can't let you destroy this place. I still need to find information about the new world from here, Seito said with a smile as he looked at the cracked walls around him. Then, he walked to the side of the 8 trigrams formation formed by the bright white light and walked in through the life gate. The life gate descend with lightning. Following this soft chant, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared beside the evil eye and turned into Seito's appearance. He swung the heavenly sword that flickered with lightning and chopped down. Crack! The lightning with pure yang energy immediately left a charred mark on the evil eye's skin. The rest gate to maintain health. As soon as he finished speaking, several emerald green trees with strong life energy suddenly appeared in the bright white space and stabbed at the evil eye's body through the gaps exposed by it. Although the evil eye also had the ability to devour life energy, such pure and condensed life energy was not something it could devour. Instead, when the pure life energy collided with the evil eye, it caused the life energy in its body to go berserk, causing slender cracks to appear on its skin. Dark green blood with strong corrosive properties dripped down from the crack. With the limit gate and the pain gate, the matter is fierce. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black cloud drifted in the bright white space and slowly entered the evil eye's body through the cracks. And the shock gate has arrived. Without waiting for the pitch-black cloud to disperse, 18 types of weapons that could only be seen in martial arts appeared in the bright white space and attacked the evil eye from all angles. And behind the swords, Seito's faint figure appeared. Holding the sword, he stabbed at one of the evil eye's wounds. Pooh! The evil eye continuously used its tentacles to block and its small eyes to sweep around. But to Seito, who could freely pass through the 8 trigrams formation, it was completely useless. It still allowed Seito to stab the sword into the wound. Roar! The immense pain caused the evil eye's spiritual energy to explode again, like a hurricane attacking the space of the 8 trigrams formation. The matter is fierce, the main thing is to avoid it. The fire burns, see the color of the view gate. As soon as he finished speaking, Seito's figure instantly disappeared from the space of the 8 trigrams formation. At the same time, the sword stabbed into the evil eye's body turned into a flame. It flowed into the evil eye's body through the wound and burned from the inside. Roar! How could it feel pain from the burning inside? The demonic eye went completely berserk under such pain. Its tentacles danced and whipped the surrounding walls, while its small secondary eye shot out scarlet beams of light to sweep the surroundings. At the same time, the demonic eye released a berserk mental power to attack the space of the 8 mystic gates formation. Under this attack, the 8 trigrams formation and the walls to the evil eye's body. The evil eye SSSS, this way you won't notice me, right? After escaping from the 8 trigrams formation, Seito, who was standing outside the formation, controlled the energy in his body to transform into lightning. He gathered it in his palm and turned it into a lightning spear. He looked at the evil eye, who had become incomparably berserk due to the fire in its body and was attacking the 8 trigrams formation with great force. Let's do it like this. If we wait any longer, the hall will really be destroyed, Seito muttered to himself as he lowered his head to look at the half-liquefied lightning spear in his hand. Immediately after, he stepped into the formation again and appeared next to the berserk evil eye. He waved his arm and shot the condensed lightning spear at the evil eye. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and left the great formation, placing his palms on the wall of the hall beside him. He started to strengthen the wall with alchemy. Inside the formation, the lightning spear that had been shot out silently arrived next to the evil eye. Like a piece of hot iron touching a popsicle, it melted a piece of the evil eye's outer skin without any resistance. Then, it pierced the evil eye's body through the open wound and came into contact with the burning southerly fire in the evil eye's body. In an instant, a loud boom was heard. A loud sound rang out as a violent gust of wind swept out from the shattered space of the 8 strange gates formation, spreading throughout the entire underground chamber. If it weren't for Ito-Sei's alchemy reinforcement, the entire hall would have been completely destroyed by the strong impact. Not good, the passage is going to be destroyed. Sei Ito, who was using alchemy to maintain the wall with his feet like hooks, looked in the direction of the passage and exclaimed. It turned out that after the initial expansion and explosion, the strong wind that filled the underground palace gathered at the entrance of the passageway that was connected to the underground palace. It was like steam spurting out from a steam engine, rushing straight out of the passageway without any regard for anything else. That passage was already broken to begin with. How could it bear the heavy responsibility of being a cannon? It would definitely collapse in the process of the gale rushing out. Sei Ito didn't dare to hesitate when he saw this. He immediately increased the range of his alchemy and started to strengthen the walls of the passage. But while Sei Ito's alchemy was fast enough, the gale that came out of the cannon was even faster. After competing with the alchemy for a few seconds, it finally surpassed the alchemy's strengthening speed and destroyed the passage first. Fortunately, Sei Ito's strengthening wasn't completely ineffective. At least half of the passage wasn't destroyed by the gale cannonball. Really? Sei Ito sighed as he withdrew his arm. Forget it, let's see what we can get from this hall. After saying that, he turned around and looked around the hall. The first thing that caught his eye was the murals in the hall. Although most of the content had been destroyed by the tentacles of the evil eye and the explosion just now, there was still a portion that was relatively unique. For example, humans were like ants, struggling to survive among various giants, giant trees, magical beasts, and monsters. They had paid the price of blood to come to this world. Rubik's Cube, search this space and see if there is anything worth paying attention to. Sei Ito, who had finished browsing the murals, said in his mind. 8 meters to the right of the host, there is a dark energy source. 5 meters to the front of the host, and 3 meters underground, there is a spiritual energy source. 2 meters behind the host, 3 meters to the left of the host, 4 meters to the left of the host, and 2 meters to the front of the host. There are biological materials that can be used. Oh, there are quite a lot of things. Sei Ito chuckled as he felt the information that appeared in his mind. Then, according to the instructions of the Rubik's Cube, he moved around the underground hall and searched. After more than a minute, Sei Ito collected all the items indicated in the information. Among them, 2 meters to the back was a huge fang of an unknown beast. 3 meters to the front of the left was a withered branch that looked like a scepter. 4 meters to the front of the left was a white animal bone that looked like the upper part of a dog's skull, but the size was only the size of a palm. 2 meters to the front was a strange wrinkled skin of a dried turtle. 5 meters to the front and 3 meters underground was a special stone that emitted a crystal blue light with a layer of constantly changing clouds inside. It looked very similar to the world wall fragment he bought at the Yuk Shinjin auction before. Finally, 8 meters to the right of the front, he picked up a dark irregular crystal that exuded a strange attraction. This crystal shouldn't be the magic crystal of the evil eye, right? Sei Ito looked at the dark crystal in his hand that seemed to be able to absorb the soul. Who cares, anyway, it can be intact under that kind of explosion and detected by the Rubik's Cube. Sei Ito, who put away the crystal, smiled. Then, he didn't stay in the hall that was completely unattractive to him. He walked out along the half-intact passage. After a while, Sei Ito came to the front of the collapsed passage. Sei Ito's response to obstacles was very simple. He directly stretched out his left hand and pressed it on the surface of the scattered rocks. He activated decomposition refinement to crush it into a pile of soil powder so that it would no longer be an obstacle for him. In this way, under the decomposition refinement, Seito finally appeared in the forest outside the ruins of Lokoke after more than 10 minutes. I don't know if there are ants outside now, but anyway, since I have to hunt creatures to collect soul fragments, I might as well go to the NGL Republic and take a look. Seito looked up at the dark sky and said to himself. After that, he took out a piece of iron with the Flying Thunder God's locator warlock and threw it on a tree trunk. Then, he jumped on the branch and jumped out of the forest like a monkey. Since the trees and road conditions were no longer obstacles to people's progress, people's speed was naturally very fast. It didn't take long for Seito to jump out of the depths of the forest and step on the land of the NGL Republic. Magic Cube, explore the gathering situation of the worlds favored within a radius of 100 kilometers. Seito, who casually chose a direction and walked forward slowly, commanded in his mind. After that, an invisible wave instantly spread out with Seito as the center. Then, in less than 10 seconds, a map with a large number of light spots, some gathered and some scattered, some bright and some dark, and the colors ranging from red to purple to black, appeared in Seito's mind. TSK, it seems that there are really too many of them. The map is uniformly filled with green, cyan, blue, and purple light spots. It's really scary. Seito looked at the picture in his mind and said softly. In that case, the hunt begins. After making a decision, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately jumped on the ground and rushed forward to one of the green light spots closest to him. Because of the overflow of ants, the population of the NGL Republic has sharply decreased. As a result, Seito did not see a single person on the way forward. There were empty houses everywhere, as well as streets piled with garbage and rotten leaves. There was not even a single scavenger that should have been there. They're really thorough in capturing people. Seito curled his lips and thought. At this moment, Seito's first prey finally appeared in front of him. Chapter 927. P.S. Thank you to Shuen and Wongit for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instacle Potato, NXCX, and Nickfanny for their tip. Thank you to Devil for your comments. It was a standing ant born from the genes of a fox, a wolf, and a human. Its thighs were thick and slender, while its arms were incomparably slender, unlike the limbs of an ant. Its mouth protruded outwards like a canine, with 2 canine fangs protruding from its lip. It had beastly eyes, and its entire body emanated an air of malice that was enough to make people feel disgusted even if they did not deliberately sense it. At the moment, the ant was crouching beside a corpse with broken limbs, half of a right leg, a complete left arm, and half of a brain missing. It was gnawing on a long bone that could still be separated from a thigh, making crunch 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 noises as it gnawed on the bone. Just as the ant paused and turned to look at Seito, Seito's figure abruptly appeared beside it. The 5 fingers of his right hand clasped onto its head, and without a sound, the ant's head was instantly separated from its body, the doubtful expression on its face freezing. Poof! A second later, with a soft sound, a large amount of blood spurted out from the ant's corpse, pushing it heavily to the ground. Throwing the head aside, Seito summoned a whirlwind to disperse the foul blood that was descending around him. Moving his mind, he stored the ant's corpse into the Rubik's Cube and threw it in front of Emma in the ecological laboratory. I'll continue providing samples later, and develop a virus to kill them as soon as possible. Seito spoke telepathically. Emma was still a little stunned by the sudden appearance of the corpse, and the voice rang in her mind. Yes, my lord. Emma replied to the void. Let's take a look at the situation while we're at it. If there aren't many survivors in the NGL Republic, let's use national refinement. I wonder if I could summon the heaven's eye and the earth's gate that could only be summoned in the world of steel alchemists in this world. Itose thought as he leaped forward once more. To Itose, whose combat speed was close to the speed of sound and his combat power could even break the speed of sound if he used all his strength, these second-generation ants with innate wildness and strange psychic abilities were nothing but food to him. If it weren't for the fact that the NGL Republic was too primitive and the distance between the settlements was too large, he would have been able to defeat them easily. Seito now, not just a dozen ant corpses, but dozens or even hundreds of them. Still, that alone was enough for Emma, an adjusted human, and the elites in the biological laboratory she was in, which was entirely made up of adjusted humans, to find the ants' genes from the corpses and begin to develop a lethal virus. Several days later, just as Itose used his powerful strength to destroy a team of ants that came to capture him, the magic cube suddenly presented an information map in his mind. At the place where the 5 purplish-black spots of light converged, one of the spots of light suddenly became bright and dim. Then, the other purplish-black dot suddenly became incomparably dazzling and converged with the other 3. At the same time, the dozens of green-blue dots that had gathered around it paused for less than a minute before spreading out and distancing themselves from the purplish dots in different directions. TCA, they're actually spreading out. Is the Ant King born? Seito pursed his lips as he looked at the image in his mind. What a pity! In another day or two, the lethal virus would be completely developed and put into use, killing all ants including the Ant Queen in one fell swoop. Now it seems. We can only wait. Feeling a little regretful, Seito willed countless blue lightning bolts that spread out with him as the center. The ants that were about to flee were burnt to a crisp on the spot. But this is good too. I don't have to worry about the existence of the Queen's guards anymore. I can directly break into the core and carry out a large-scale hunt. Seito's mind turned and he said optimistically. Thinking of this, Seito didn't hesitate and immediately activated psychokinesis to fly up and quickly flew toward the Queen's nest that didn't have any high-end combat power left. In terms of speed in a straight line, psychokinesis, which could allow the body to withstand up to 4 times the speed of sound, was undoubtedly the best way to travel. At such a high speed, Itose soon arrived at the sky directly above the Queen's lair. He looked down at the huge weathered stone pillar that looked like an unbuilt beehive and had a weird shape. It looked like a staggered coral. Boom! It wasn't until more than a second after he arrived at the scene that the sound of something breaking through the air that should have arrived first sounded in the sky, making a thunderous sound. Amidst the roar, an army of ants rushed out of the nest and scattered to check the surrounding situation. Seito smiled slightly when he saw this. He jumped high into the clouds in the sky and began to accelerate the friction between the clouds and the convection between the gaps, filling the clouds with positive and negative electrons. Boom! Soon, a bolt of lightning flashed in the clouds stirred up by Seito. This bolt of lightning was like a signal. More bolts of lightning began to brew in the clouds, leaping and galloping, until the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, as if the god of thunder was about to arrive. Thunder fall! Just when the number of bolts of lightning accumulated to a certain extent, Seito used his discharge ability as a guide to guide the countless bolts of lightning in the clouds to form a thick lightning pillar that was enough to wrap around the strange stone pillar below and bombarded it downward. How did the lightning fall so fast? Almost in the blink of an eye, it passed through the space between the sky and the ground and bombarded the thick, strange stone pillar. Boom! In an instant, the world lit up, and then a violent roar echoed between heaven and earth. At the same time, a large amount of gravel flew out from the huge weathered stone pillar, flying in all directions like bullets, killing some of the unlucky ones standing outside the range of the impact. However, this stone pillar was the only supreme object in the wilderness after all. In terms of form, it had existed for an unknown number of years. It had already been bombarded by lightning countless times, and it had long been forged by the lightning energy to be incomparably dense. Therefore, even though the lightning attack this time was more powerful, it still couldn't destroy it in one fell swoop. Saito raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Once again, he used his discharge ability to guide the new bolts of lightning hidden in the clouds, forming a new lightning attack that bombarded the stone pillar below. In order to make the lightning attack more concentrated this time, Saito deliberately reduced the breadth of the lightning, compressing it into the shape of a lightning javelin, and shot it directly at the center of the stone pillar's top. Boom! Another loud noise reverberated between heaven and earth. The effect of this attack wasn't as exaggerated as the previous one. However, the effect of the dense attack was even greater than before. It directly pierced through the stone pillar that had already cracked from the previous attack, and pierced into the hollow space inside the stone pillar. Under this attack, the large number of ants that had been left inside the stone pillar were immediately burned to ashes by the high temperature produced by the lightning. Among them was the Ant Queen, who was already on the verge of death, and some of her loyal subordinates. What dense world power! It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. Saito sighed softly as he absorbed the world power produced by the Ant Queen and her subordinates' deaths. The lightning energy here can still release a less powerful lightning strike. I might as well use it, Saito thought as he felt the electronic friction in the cloud. He casually used his ability to guide all the lightning in the clouds, forming a lightning strike that was more than twice as powerful as the previous two strikes, and bombarded the stone pillar below. As the lightning strike disappeared, the clouds in the sky completely returned to calm, and the clear blue sky returned to its previous appearance. Let's go down and finish it. Saito, who didn't observe the result of the lightning strike, said softly to himself. Then, he leaned down and rushed back to the ground. His body turned into an afterimage, and he launched an attack on the ants that had survived the 3 lightning strikes and seemed to have returned to check the situation. After a while, Saito didn't stop until he could no longer sense any life around the stone pillar. He stood still, exhaled softly, and dispelled his combat state. He turned around and walked in the direction where the Ant King and its 3 guards left. The location in front of him was the neighboring country of the NGL Republic, Dongtor Republic. Looks like someone has helped us solve the most difficult task. A thin and small man stood 1 kilometer away from the weathered stone pillar. His skin was dry and wrinkled, and his earlobes were as big as Buddha's. He had a goatee, and only a bunch of hair was left at the back of his head. It was tied into a ponytail by a colored cloth. He looked to be in his 80s, and he gently stroked his beard and said with a smile. Next to him was a young man wearing a black business suit, a white shirt and a black tie. He had a pair of square-rimmed glasses on his face. His short black hair was parted in the middle, and he looked a little cold and arrogant. Next to him was a middle-aged man who was more than 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of grayish-black trousers and a white casual shirt. His face was square, and he had a pair of small sunglasses on his face. His long golden hair was casually scattered, and he looked at Saito's departing figure with the old man. The 3 of them were the president of the Hunter Association, Nitro, and the elite members Mo Laowu and Norman. They had received an urgent report and came to the NGL Republic to deal with the ant. That guy looks so young, and yet he's so powerful. I can't help but sigh. Young people these days are getting more and more impressive. Mo Laowu, the long-haired burly man, said with a chuckle. President, do you remember that guy? Norman pushed the glasses on his face and asked. I've seen him before. He was at the Hunter exam last year. I remember his name was Saito. Nitro said with a chuckle with his hands in his sleeves. What do we do now? Do we just go back like this? Emo Laowu asked as he looked at the broken ant corpses around the stone pillar. Since the most important task has been taken care of by that little guy, I'll leave the rest to the two of you. This old man will stand guard at the side, Nitro said to Emo the Fifth and Norman, who were looking at him as he turned to leave. President, you're too humble, Norman said softly as he followed behind. Seito, who had no idea that he was being talked about, used the Rubik's Cube to lock on to the Ant King and his 3 guards as they entered the Dongtor Republic. He stopped 2 kilometers away from the palace where the Ant King and the other 3 had entered. He sat on a tree branch with his legs crossed and waited for Emma and the rest to finish developing the virus. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, although the Eastern Tualuo Republic was still peaceful, a large number of ant soldiers were created in the dark that ordinary people didn't know about. They spread out with the royal palace as the center and cleared out the surrounding villages. All the creatures that had limbs and could breathe were brought back to the royal palace. Some of them were made into ant soldiers by the guards and put back into action. Some of them were stored as food, and some of them were selected and made into puppet soldiers. During this process, Seito was also attacked by the animals that turned into ant soldiers in the forest. But for Seito, who has Mokuton ninjutsu and is almost invincible in the forest, these ant soldiers that came to attack him were just food. They became the souls of the dead under his hands and contributed their soul fragments to Seito. And because Seito did not escape, a large number of ants that wanted to get credit rushed to the forest to capture him, providing a large number of soul fragments for Seito. It's finally done. Seito, who used lightning ninjutsu to kill an ant soldier, suddenly whispered to himself. Piu. At this moment, accompanied by a soft sound, an attack flew through the air towards Seito's body. However, just as it was about to get close to his body, a large electric spark suddenly appeared on the side of Seito's body, blocking the object that wanted to attack him and turning it into a charred black substance. Itose didn't even look at what was attacking him. He turned his palm, and a test tube with a green and red liquid in it appeared in his hand. He flicked the wooden cork with his thumb, and the liquid inside spilled out. After throwing the empty bottle aside, Seito's figure flashed and directly disappeared from the sight of the remaining ant soldiers. He appeared on the branch of a big tree not far from them, and his body merged into the trunk of the tree. Just as the ant soldiers were looking around for Seito's trace, the liquid that was spilled by him instantly vaporized and was absorbed into the ant soldiers' bodies as they breathed. At first, the ant soldiers didn't notice anything strange, but after about 10 minutes of preparation, they all inexplicably fell to the ground one by one, curled up and twitched violently, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Chapter 928. The ant killer virus developed by Emma and the others was very powerful. Although it took about 10 minutes for the virus to activate, the time it took for the drug to kill was very short. In less than a minute, all the ants had stopped twitching and there was no sign of life left. Seeing that the ant soldiers were all dead, Seito reappeared around the ant soldiers' corpses. He waved his hand to summon a tree branch and poked the corpse on the ground. Smack! Under the poke of the tree branch, the outer shell of the ant's body immediately shattered and fell to the ground, exposing the condition of the ant's body to Seito's eyes. In the ant's body cavity, other than some tissue solution and muscle fibers, there were no traces of internal organs at all. What was inside was an empty shell with only a few muscles. Seeing this, Seito had a thought and summoned Emma, who was wearing a white coat, to his side. "Sir," Emma hurriedly called out when she saw Seito beside her. "Explain to me the principle of this drug." Seito flipped his hand again and took out a test tube containing the green-red SE ant killer drug. "Yes, sir," Emma nodded in agreement. She then pointed at the ant's body that looked like an empty shell and introduced, "As you can see, sir, This drug is mainly developed to target the internal organs of this monster. As long as it contains genes. It's the same genes that were used in the monster specimens that you sent over, sir, Emma explained one of the terms. As long as a creature contains genes in its body and inhales a sufficient amount of the killer drug, its internal organs and cells will move at high speed under the influence of the drug. It will produce a high temperature that's enough to burn the creature's internal organs and cause the organs to burn to nothing, resulting in this dead state, Emma explained. It seems that the drug's effect is as expected, Emma said as she walked around the ant soldier's body and bent down to observe the ant's body. Is there anything to take note of when using this drug? Seito raised the drug to his eyes and shook it gently. Because Sir is talking about a special killing potion, we added a special molecular activator into the potion after considering that killing a species would not cause secondary contamination due to the residue of the potion. Therefore, within 15 minutes of coming into contact with the air, this potion will naturally decompose into carbon monoxide and melt into the air. At this time, Emma, who was standing opposite Itose, straightened up and explained. In other words, the poison will only take effect for 15 minutes? Seito confirmed again. Yes. Emma nodded affirmatively. Then he continued to explain, there's another thing worth noting. This kind of medicine has a strong reaction to high temperatures. It will directly vaporize into hydrogenated substances under high temperatures, turning into a poisonous gas that is fatal to humans. What do you mean by high temperature? Seito asked with a frown. Around 158 degrees Fahrenheit, Emma replied without hesitation. 180 degrees Fahrenheit. That means it's around 70 degrees Celsius. Seito muttered to himself as he looked at the potion in his hand. Yes. Emma agreed. I'll send you back in a bit. Gather all the assassin potions together. Let Red Lotus watch over them. Don't let anyone come into contact with them. Seito looked at Emma in front of him and ordered with a serious expression. Yes, sir. Emma understood. If the potion was not used properly, it would become a deadly poison. Therefore, she replied with a serious expression. Seito nodded and used his mind to send Emma back to the biology lab in the Rubik's Cube world. Only 15 minutes. Looks like I can't use it to spread a large area, Seito thought to himself as he put away the potion. But it's enough time to deal with them. With that thought, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from beside the ant soldiers' corpses. It covers an area of 1 kilometer and encompasses the entire palace. The Catgirl ant guards are at the top of the palace. Based on the original work's analysis, they can enter the palace from their current position within a second after discovering the enemy's invasion. Seito thought to himself as he appeared at the edge of the area where the Catgirl guard Nephilus had sent out and looked at the palace from a distance. Apart from that, there's also the Butterfly Man Yaf and the Centaur Man Meng Tutu Yu Pai inside the palace. Based on the original work situation, the Butterfly Man Yaf will definitely guard the area immediately after discovering the enemy's invasion and be on guard for the enemy's appearance. Meng Tutu Yu Pai will set out to eliminate the enemy. So that means an invasion with a margin of error of less than 3 seconds? That's a lot of pressure. Seito sighed as he finished organizing the information in his mind. Seito then took a deep breath and compressed all the consciousness and energy he released into his body and entered a state of solitude. He didn't allow the outside world to sense him, nor did he allow himself to sense the strange state of the outside world. This was to prevent himself from being affected by the evil aura of Nephilus, Yaf, and Meng Tutu. He only left the most instinctive spatial sensing ability to sense the activities of the fourth-dimensional space. When only the black spatial point map existed in his mind, Seito, who was holding 8 test tubes filled with green and red liquid between his fingers, teleported into Nephilus's domain. Meow? Nephilis's sharp eyes looked in the direction Seito had appeared at almost the instant Seito entered the domain. However, before Nephilis could do anything, Seito's figure once again disappeared from its domain and appeared inside the palace. Meow. Nephilis, who sensed Seito had entered the palace, immediately tensed up and let out a sharp meow. Amidst Nephilis's meow, the butterfly man Yaf and the centaur man Mengtutu Yu Pai had also discovered Seito's existence. Just as Seito had predicted, they split into two teams. One stood guard outside the palace where the Ant King was, while the other charged towards Seito at supersonic speed. Itosei, who could only perceive that a space point was continuously changing, but could not perceive the specific situation, threw the 4 test tubes in his right hand to the ground, and then without hesitation, he launched the instant movement again and disappeared from the place, escaping Mengtutu's attack by a hair's breadth. Pa! The sound of something shattering rang out almost simultaneously. Green and red liquid immediately splashed out from the shattered test tubes and turned into air that scattered in all directions. The moment this sound rang out, Seito's figure once again appeared on the other side of the palace. He threw the remaining 4 test tubes on the ground and let them scatter out from the test tube. After doing all this, Seito didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately teleported out of the palace until he left Nephilis's domain and hid in the ground using Earth Elemental Escape. Damn, that was exciting. Seito, who was hiding in the ground using Earth Elemental Escape, exhaled loudly. Fortunately, I've already thrown out the potion. Now it's just time for the potion to take effect. I hope there won't be any accident. Seito thought to himself as he used Earth Elemental Escape. For Earth Elemental Escape, moving in the soft ground was like moving on flat ground. In fact, it was even faster than moving on flat ground. Therefore, it took less than a minute for Ito-Ching to leave his previous hiding place and appear in another place 5 or 6 kilometers away from his original hiding place. He then drilled out of the ground. But just to be safe, let's put in a little more effort. Seito muttered to himself as he appeared outside Nephilis's domain to the southwest of the palace. He then summoned a small water dispenser bucket filled with green and red liquid in front of him and opened the lid. Then, Seito activated his telekinesis and turned it into a push hand that began to affect the flow of air around him. It formed a gust of wind that blew towards the palace. It wrapped around the liquid that Seito had spilled out of the bucket and blew it towards the palace. Hee, even if the previous 8 potions couldn't do anything to you, this thing that came with the wind is enough to make you suffer. Seito casually put away the empty bucket and looked in the direction of the palace. 10 minutes later, meow? This feeling is so uncomfortable. Why would I suddenly have this feeling? Nephilis, who was squatting on the highest point of the palace, suddenly had a confused expression on her face as her body trembled slightly. At the same time, the same thing that happened to Nephilis also happened to Xiao Yaf and Mengtutu Yu Pai. Among them, Xiao Yaf's face suddenly turned pale. He covered his chest with his right hand and half knelt on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Mengtutu Yu Pai's entire body was red and white smoke was rising from his body. His eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to devour someone. It's the potion that intruder just threw down, Xiao Yaf said with sweat dripping down his forehead. Then, his expression changed again as he hurriedly said, "King!" As he spoke, he ignored the pain in his body and stood up, rushing to the door of the palace next to him and rudely pushing it open. "King, are you all right?" Xiao Yaf looked at the Ant King who was playing chess with a man in the palace and asked with concern. "What is it?" The Ant King asked without raising his head. "King, the intruder just threw down some poison. Mengtutu and I have already been poisoned. I'm worried that you..." Xiao Yaf hurriedly said. "Are you talking about me?" The Ant King raised his head and looked at Xiao Yaf coldly. I'm very sorry, King. This subordinate has been rude. Xiao Yaf, who was enduring the pain in his body, quickly knelt on one knee and lowered his head in apology. However, at this moment, the Ant King, who he had been looking at all this time, suddenly frowned imperceptibly. Chapter 929. Arg. That was when a chaotic and faintly audible scream echoed throughout the palace, reaching the ears of Owl Yaf and the Ant King. My apologies, Your Majesty. Your subordinate will go and see what's going on. Owl Yaf quickly lowered his head. With that, he immediately left the palace and closed the doors, rushing to the lower levels of the palace with an anxious expression and a forehead full of sweat to see what was going on. However, when Owl Yaf reached the first floor of the palace and saw the situation before him, his expression changed at once. He rushed to one of the fallen ant soldiers and crouched down, reaching out to examine it. Is this the effect of the poison? Owl Yaf muttered to himself, frowning as he dissected the corpse without hesitation. Nephite. Then Owl Yaf, who had straightened up, raised his head and shouted, Meow? Nephilit, whose entire body was trembling slightly, turned to where Owl Yaf was and blinked in confusion. But before Nephilit could do anything, the pores all over its body suddenly tightened, while its pupils abruptly turned pitch black, and its body turned into an afterimage and disappeared from where it was. Blackie Wantong, huh? Sei Ito, who had appeared at the highest point of the palace the moment Nephilit disappeared, muttered to himself, before turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the place as well. It's a pity that I couldn't kill it in one hit. Only a few words were left in the air, before dispersing with the wind. In the next moment, Sei Ito's figure appeared more than 1,000 meters above the palace, hovering in the air as if he was standing on flat ground. Then, the space around Sei Ito seemed to be affected by steam, distorting slightly. Then, a philosopher's stone refinement circle that should only exist in the world of steel alchemists appeared beneath his feet, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye and only stopping when it was the size of the main palace. The cost is a little high, but compared to the possible benefits, it's quite worth it. Sei Ito frowned as he thought to himself. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in the palace, which was no longer enveloped by the sphere. He refined the sage stone under his feet into a formation and fused it with the ground. In an instant, a dazzling scarlet light and azure blue lightning rose from the refining formation and enveloped the entire palace in the blink of an eye, purifying and refining the ants and humans in the palace who were being treated as meat. All the human beings who were caught today and temporarily survived the process of making the meatballs were howling miserably, their faces twisted in pain and pain. However, the Ant King and his 3 guards were worthy of standing at the top of this world. Even though they were poisoned by a lethal poison, they still persisted until now and were still alive. They even activated their telekinesis to resist the effects of the refining formation. However, the sage stone was refined into a formation, and one of the materials used to refine the sage stone was human life force. Telekinesis was one of the powers transformed from human life force. It just so happened to match the characteristics of the materials used to refine the formation. Therefore, under the influence of the refining formation, the Ant King and his guards' telekinesis consumption was several times faster than usual. However, just as Kurum, who had the telekinesis ability, "Only I suffer in heaven," said, the amount of telekinesis used by the Ant King and his 3 guards was simply unfathomable. Even if they were distracted to resist the genetic poison in their bodies and the effects of the refining formation outside, there was still a huge amount of telekinesis for them to use. Meng Tutu Yu Pai and Xiao Yaf walked with great difficulty towards Sei Ito's position. Standing in the spirit domain that was enhanced by the power of the world and upgraded into a domain, Using the power of the domain, Seito, who was at the center of the refining formation set up by the domain's power, looked at Xiao Yaf and Meng Tutu Yu Pai, who weren't very inhuman but were still much faster than normal people. He smiled slightly and waved his hand to grab the red droplet-shaped sage stone floating in front of him. At the same time, he used his telekinesis to change the refining formation under his feet into an ice refining formation. The moment the transformation was completed, an extremely cold aura spread out from the center of the formation. It turned into ice crystals and surged towards the entire palace from all directions, especially towards the Ant King, Neptune, Xiao Yaf, and Meng Tutu Yu Pai, who were the only 4 people left in the palace. They were all affected by the freezing effect. Under the influence of this extremely cold thing, a thin layer of ice quickly formed on the bodies of Meng Tutu Yu Pai and Xiao Yapufu, making them look like 2 moving ice sculptures. At the same time, it slowed down their footsteps, causing their originally slow footsteps to become even more sluggish. Wind. Seito, who felt that the freezing speed was not ideal, shouted softly. As soon as he said that, a gust of wind instantly appeared in the domain's space. The ice crystals formed a snowstorm and blew throughout the entire palace. At the same time, under the influence of this gust of wind, the freezing speed of the ice crystals accelerated again. In a short while, Xiao Yaf and Meng Tutu Yu Pai were wrapped in a thick layer of ice. At this time, the 2 finally broke through the influence of the refining formation and arrived at the center of the safe zone for the alchemists. Just as Xiao Yaf and Meng Tutu Yu Pai burst out with knife bit and shattered the ice crystals on their bodies, Seito's hands passed through the gaps between the splashing ice pieces and landed on the heads of Xiao Yaf and Meng Tutu Yu Pai, activating the refining formation. In an instant, dozens of blue lightning bolts shot out from Seito's hands and wrapped around Xiao Yaf and Meng Tutu Yu Pai, electrocuting them until they trembled all over. Even so, the loyalty in their hearts to their king made them ignore the changes in their bodies. They mustered their knife bit and threw a punch at Seito's body, throwing the last punch of their lives. Sensing that the power of the 2's punches was not simple, Seito almost instinctively dispersed all his movements and concentrated his energy in the form of knife bit and hard in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Seito's body was blasted away like a cannonball. He crashed through the palace wall and fell to the ground dozens of meters away. Meow! But before Seito could get up, Knifebit's unique meow suddenly came from the sky and struck at Seito's head. Seito's senses of the surrounding space immediately became very clear. The moment Knifebit's sharp claws scratched his head, he used teleport to escape from Knifebit's attack and appeared less than 10 meters away from Knifebit. Then, he used teleport again without hesitation and completely escaped from Knifebit's attack range. Seito appeared in the sky again and threw 2 unlocked antimatter grenades in the direction of the palace. But the moment the grenades were about to explode, Knifebit instantly appeared in front of the 2 grenades and swung her fists to knock them away. Bzzzt. With a weak sound that was almost undetectable, the 2 grenades exploded at the same time and formed 2 huge pitch-black spheres that blocked Seito and Knifebit's vision. Seito did not stop there. He took out 2 more unlocked antimatter grenades and used teleport to teleport into the palace. Bzzzt. The next moment, 2 more pitch-black spheres with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in the palace. After 3 seconds, they suddenly shrunk into small pitch-black dots and disappeared like bubbles, leaving behind 2 holes that seemed to have been gnawed by something. King! Seeing the hole in the palace, Knifebit's expression changed drastically as she screamed. She scurried into the palace like a cat to confirm her king's safety. Tisk! Seito clicked his tongue in displeasure when he confirmed that the Ant King was still alive from the image displayed on the Rubik's Cube. With a thought, he summoned a huge steel sphere with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters in front of him. He activated his electric discharge ability to its strongest state and threw a straight punch at the huge steel sphere in front of him. PIU. Under the bombardment of the electric punch, the huge steel sphere immediately turned into a thick orange-yellow light beam that flickered with blue electricity. It shot straight at the Ant King and Knifebit in the palace below. Boom! Like a small meteorite crashing into the earth, a deafening sound reverberated between heaven and earth. At the same time, a mushroom cloud could be clearly seen rising from the trembling ground just by looking at it with the naked eye. Damn, these ants are using the animal's instinct to sense danger to the extreme. Ito cursed in his heart, still not seeing the light disappear from the information in his mind. Come, rain of thunder! The dissatisfied Ito once again used instant transmission to appear in the sky above the palace. He raised his arms high and released the lightning created by his electric discharge energy into the cloud, acting as a catalyst to create a large amount of positive and negative electrons. Then, using his electric discharge ability as a catalyst, he rapidly gathered the lightning in the sky and shot it down to the ground like rain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the bombardment of the lightning, the entire palace couldn't bear the heavy burden and completely collapsed to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly darted out of the dust and quickly flew into the sky with wind armor. It appeared in front of Ito 3 to 4 seconds later and swung a fist at Ito's face. This person was the Ant King, Marum. Seeing the Ant King so close to him, Ito's pupils immediately shrank to a point. He focused his mind and leaned back to dodge the Ant King's fist by a hair's breadth, then raised his leg to return a whip kick. Bang! The Ant King blocked Ito's whip kick with a single arm. Then, the two of them began to attack and defend at a speed that far exceeded that of humans in the air. Chapter 930. P.S. Thanks to Wygede, Soak Potato, Nex, and Nickfanny for their tip. Thanks to ZWJZWJ, Tearless Angel, and Skimming the Sea for their precious monthly votes. The Ant King had just been born not long ago, so it hadn't eaten much special quality meat. Although its psychokinesis was exaggerated, it still hadn't reached the peak of the world like the later stages. In addition, the Ant King's body was invaded by the genetic poison, and it hadn't come into contact with the original Xiao Mai, so it didn't play many types of chess. It hadn't discovered the so-called unique breathing of a chess player. It was only relying on its innate instincts to fight Ito. Even so, the Ant King was still improving rapidly with its amazing learning ability. With the Ant King's amazing improvement speed, Ito, who originally had a slight upper hand, was soon tied with the Ant King. Then, he was in a slightly lower position. Bang! At this moment, the Ant King slapped Ito's chest and blasted him to the ground. Under the Ant King's powerful attack, Ito's body was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel. Just as Ito's body was about to touch the ground, Ito used his psychokinesis to wrap around his body. He forcibly stopped his body from falling and hovered less than 10 centimeters away from the ground. Then, Ito's figure flashed. While dodging the Ant King's attack, he once again appeared in midair and looked down at the Ant King, Meluum. As expected, in this kind of high-speed attack and defense, it's a bit idiotic to use a domain to restrict the opponent. Ito quietly looked at the Ant King and thought to himself, in that case, let's fight with our consciousness. Thinking until here, Ito immediately retracted his domain that was enhanced by the power of the world and focused on attacking and defending against Meluum. It's been a long time since I met such an opponent. I'm really excited. Ito's body flashed with lightning, and he appeared in front of the Ant King, Meruem. He fought with her even faster than before. Bam, 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 bam. Sounds could be clearly heard, But the battle between the two shadows once again began in the collapsed palace. The powerful gust of wind from the punch blew away the tiles and dust around them. The area within a radius of 10 meters around the two of them was completely cleared. Only cracks and depressions of various sizes appeared on the ground one after another. From the side, it was a clear demonstration of the power of their fists and feet. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ito-sei and Maruam separated again. She adapts so quickly. It seems that using electrical signals to replace brain signals is no longer enough. Ito-seijin, who was in a confrontation with Maruam, thought to himself, "You're really special." The Ant King Maruam looked at Ito-sei calmly and said, "I recognize your existence. I can pardon you and allow you to live in my kingdom. Tisk, your arrogant attitude is really annoying." Seito clicked his tongue and changed the topic. He continued, "But I'm not interested in living in a kingdom ruled by a bunch of bugs, especially when these bugs are preparing to eat my kind. Are you still going to continue fighting? With your current level, you can't defeat me. The only outcome will be your defeat." Maruam calmly looked at Seito and stated, "Do you want to try?" Seito asked with a half-smile. He then ignored Maruam, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. He raised his senses to the extreme and calmed down his boiling guilty conscience, just like when he killed Kaze Soichiro. As Seito was preparing, a faint sense of danger suddenly appeared in Maruam's heart, and she once again faced Seito's existence seriously. Bang! At this moment, the ground under Seito's feet cracked, and Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of Maruam. His body was surrounded by electricity, and he threw a punch at the Ant King's head. The Ant King didn't move its body, and its head moved slightly, dodging Seito's punch. It stepped sideways, clasped its hands together, and elbowed Seito's chest. With his eyes closed, Seito arched his body and retreated along with Maruam's elbow until the Ant King's attack ended. At this moment, Seito's body was like a bowstring that was suddenly released. Bang! His chest, which was filled with a hard and a strong, slammed into the Ant King's elbow and sent it flying back. At this time, Seito didn't stop. He stepped forward, grabbed the Ant King's ankle, and slammed it to the ground. Bang! The Ant King's body was like a hammer used to drive a pile, and it fell heavily on the ground, creating an irregular depression. The Ant King, whose back was on the ground, completely ignored the impact and kicked Seito's arm, sending Seito's body flying back. Then, without even looking at the result, the Ant King supported its head with its arms and stood up from the ground. It turned into a black shadow and instantly appeared in front of Seito, and kicked Seito's waist. Seito, who hadn't opened his eyes since the beginning of the attack, suddenly stepped forward and came to Maruam's side while the Ant King was kicking. He swung his elbow at the Ant King's face. However, the Ant King raised its hand and pushed Seito away. It then turned around and faced Seito again. "Why? You clearly didn't open your eyes, but your reaction and reaction speed are even faster than before," the Ant King asked with some doubt. However, Seito didn't answer the Ant King's question. Instead, he stepped forward again and rushed in front of Maruam, and began to attack and defend with the Ant King at an inhuman speed like before. However, the situation this time was different from before. The two of them were attacking and defending. Seito went from being able to gain the upper hand in 1 or 2 of the previous 10 moves to being able to gain the upper hand in 3, 4, 5, and now 6 or 7 moves. Moreover, it was still increasing in an exaggerated manner. During this process, Seito's attacks were becoming stranger and stranger. Initially, it was just a combination of martial arts and physical skills. However, it was gradually infused with metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, and other elemental energies. It formed very strange elemental fists that landed on the Ant King's body, which had close to max resistance. Under these changes, no matter how tough the Ant King's body was, it couldn't withstand Sei Ito's strange attacks. Its body was covered with scorch marks caused by thunder and fire attacks, or frost cracks caused by earth ice. Of course, these were only the superficial wounds. In Chinese martial arts, the internal injuries were even more serious when hit by the penetrating force and other qi attacks that could penetrate the body. This caused the Ant King's suppression of the genetic virus in its body to become weaker and weaker. Bang! Finally, due to a moment of carelessness, Itosei, who had used the extraordinary strength fist, which was a combination of Nianqi release, a hard, condense, absolute and other techniques, punched him in the chest. The extraordinary strength fist was a technique that required fine control. Then, it would explode in an instant to obtain the extraordinary strength fist technique that could destroy mountains and break rock. Now, with the combination of the rock, paper, scissors technique, the power generated after the compression and explosion was even more violent, far surpassing the destructive effect caused by a simple extraordinary strength punch. Therefore, under the bombardment of this punch, the external bones of the Ant King's chest immediately burst open under the force of the explosive fist, and a large amount of blood spurted out. "Your Majesty!" In order to respect the king's decision, the people standing at the side called out. She didn't join the battle and was only watching from the side. Although she wanted to immediately attack Sei Ito, who was standing still with his eyes closed, her loyalty to the king and her desire to carry out the king's orders made her stay where she was. She didn't do anything that might violate the king's orders. Cough, cough, cough. Under the dual effects of the genetic virus and internal and external injuries, the Ant King's body was finally able to move. Ant King Meluim coughed out a large mouthful of blood as she struggled to stand up. The moment the Ant King stood up and looked at Sei Ito, who was standing still like a wooden stake, stepped in front of the Ant King again. Electric sparks surrounded his body as he attacked the Ant King, whose strength had been weakened by at least half, with the same force as before. Under this kind of attack, the Ant King's body quickly received a lot of damage, causing its aura to become even weaker. Just as Sei Ito was about to punch out and end the Ant King's life, Nephite could no longer suppress the worry in her heart for the Ant King's life. She disobeyed the king's orders and turned into a black shadow that appeared beside the Ant King. She hugged the Ant King and quickly ran away. After his attack missed, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Nephite. He also used a combination of release, a harden, condense, absolute and other techniques to kick Nephite's back. She instinctively turned around to protect the king from harm. Bam! Under the impact of the huge force, Nephite and the king in her arms flew out like a cannonball. They only stopped when they crashed into the collapsed palace and shattered it even more. Wah! Nephite spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Nephite knew that if she didn't defeat Sei Ito, she and her king wouldn't be able to escape. She decisively put down the Ant King in her arms and turned around. She stared at Sei Ito like a mother cat protecting her cubs, emitting boundless killing intent. However, she didn't know that Sei Ito, who had entered an unconscious state during the battle with Ant King Meluim, didn't have any human thoughts at all. All of his actions were based on his innate instincts. Apart from the initial target he had set, if you didn't attack, he wouldn't attack. If you didn't think he was an enemy, he would ignore your condition. So the moment she revealed her killing intent, Sei Ito's instincts immediately marked her as a target that must be defeated. Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside Nephite. He waved the lightning blade in his hand that was completely made out of lightning energy and chakra shaping technique, and slashed towards Nephite's neck. Kuriko no thought. Feeling the attack, Nephite's pupils shrank. She activated her chakra ability and entered a state similar to Sei Ito's. While dodging Sei Ito's attack, she flashed behind Sei Ito and waved her sharp cat claws towards Seito's neck. Itosei instinctively leaned his upper body forward, and his right leg kicked Niflit's abdomen like a horse, sending him flying backward. Then, Seito, who stood up again, flashed again and instantly appeared beside Nephite, who was flying backwards. He waved his lightning blade and cut off Nephite's head from her body. Seito, who instinctively thought that he had dealt with Nephite, no longer paid any attention to the feline girl who was decapitated. He turned around and walked step by step towards Ant King Meluame, who was lying on the ground and was still struggling to resist the genetic virus. In the hunter's world, under certain circumstances, the chakra would not disappear with the death of its wielder. Instead, it would become stronger with the death of its wielder and even surpass life and death. At this moment, Nephite, who was supposed to be killed by Seito, allowed her chakra to surpass life and death under the influence of her worry for her king. She controlled her headless corpse to rush to Seito's back and launched an attack on the defenseless Seito. However, the malice in Nephite's chakra was too strong. Even though she had only released it as killing intent the instant before she attacked, Seito instinctively sensed it. Therefore, the attack that was supposed to kill Seito only left 3 long and narrow wounds on Seito's neck and chest. Seito then instinctively smashed Nephite's body into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Seito, who was instinctively worried that something would happen to Nephite, quietly stared at Nephite's scattered corpse for a few seconds. After confirming that there would be no more changes, he turned around and walked towards Ant King Meluame. "So this is a human," Meluame muttered to herself as she looked at Seito, who was standing beside her with blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. However, Seito instinctively had no desire to talk. He simply smashed Ant King Meluame's head with his fist. Red and white matter splattered all over his face when her head exploded. Seito maintained his posture of smashing Ant King Meluame's head for more than 10 seconds. An energy that no one could see rapidly gathered in the sky above Seito, forming a huge vortex that spiraled downwards like the bottom of a funnel. The energy poured into Seito's body through his Baihui acupoint. Chapter 931. Damn, I almost fell into a state of selflessness and couldn't extricate myself. Fortunately, I have the power of the world to call me back from the state of being captured. Under the infusion of the world's power, Seito, who had his eyes closed, suddenly shuddered. He opened his eyes and straightened his body, muttering to himself with a lingering fear, "I can't carelessly use this state in the future. Even if I want to use it, I'll have to first establish a connection with the Rubik's Cube. I don't want to become a killing machine driven by instinct because of a moment of carelessness." But then again, the world's power this time is huge in both quality and quantity. What is this? Is this the merit of saving people? Seito said self-deprecatingly as he looked up at the world's power that spiraled down from the sky and poured into his body. Seito retracted his gaze and looked down at the Ant King's corpse at his feet. "But that's right. No matter what, I've saved 600,000 people. The changes in the world caused by this will have far-reaching implications." Then, he clasped his hands in front of him and pressed his body against the ground. In an instant, a large area of electric light spread out from Seito's palms in all directions. Soon, it covered the entire area of the palace. Then, he felt the ground shake slightly. Then, it became a violent shaking that even ordinary people could clearly feel. At the same time, a large number of protrusions emerged from the ground covered in electric light. They pushed away the remains of the palace that were in the way and rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this process, the remains of the palace and the Ant King's and Nephite's corpses were blown away, torn apart, and turned into even finer fragments. They were submerged in the rapidly rising protrusions. After more than a minute, a mountain range rose up. countless small peaks appeared where the Dongtor Republic's palace was originally built. Sei-Ito stood at the top of the mountain and waited silently for a moment. When all the world's power in the sky had been completely instilled into his body, he flew down from the top of the mountain without any reluctance and continued his hunting journey. Those ant soldiers that had escaped the net in the NGL Republic and Dong Tualuo Republic were Sei-Ito's initial target. However, the number of ants was limited after all. Besides, there were hunters who came to hunt for ants to complete the mission issued by the Hunter Association. Therefore, after searching for a week, Ito-sei decided to give up on searching for ants since he could not find any of them. They headed towards the Inmile wetland, one of the venues for the hunter selection exam. Sei-Ito, who summoned Karen, Mirai, Valletta, Jiang Lihua, Kagura, Sakura Basei, Margot, Bakiryalu, Erika, Uchiha Miko, Karen, Katsuyama Yomi, Inticus, Oriana, Yuan, Mayo, Suzu Ito, Ito Reina, and Yi from time to time, finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Inmei Wetland. The plundering begins. Sei-Ito, who was standing at the periphery of the Inmile Wetland, looked ahead and grinned. After that, he activated the Rubik's Cube world and rushed into the Inmile Wetland while devouring it. He killed a large number of demonic beasts in exchange for soul fragments. Fortunately, there were not many people in the Inmile wetland during this period of time. Therefore, Sei-Ito's operation was very smooth in the beginning and did not attract the attention of the Hunter Association at all. However, as time passed, more and more parts of the Inmile wetland were devoured by the Rubik's Cube world. The strange disappearance finally attracted the attention of the Hunter Association. Several hunters were sent to investigate the reason for the disappearance of the wetland. However, the way the Rubik's Cube world devoured was very strange. It was not something that the hunters could understand at all. Therefore, after investigation, they could only conclude that a huge black hole appeared in the Inmile wetland and devoured the wetland. They had no idea what the black hole was and why it appeared in the Inmile wetland. If they did not stop it, they had no idea if it would continue to devour the wetland after devouring it. They had no idea what was behind the black hole. All they could do was to come up with a plan to stop the black hole from devouring the wetland. However, without knowing anything about the black hole, how could they possibly come up with a plan to stop the black hole from devouring the wetland? In the end, the hunters had no choice but to ask the president of the Hunter Association, Nitro, to investigate the black hole. Of course, President Nitro's result was the same. He knew nothing about the black hole. In the end, the Hunter Association had no choice but to send a psychokinesis user who had the ability to tame animals into the black hole to test it out. They wanted to see if there was any danger in the black hole, and if there was no danger, they wanted to know what was behind the black hole. At the same time, the Hunter Association had also sent a group of hunters with powerful attacking abilities to guard the wetland. They were waiting for the order to attack the black hole and see if they could destroy the black hole with external force. Sei-Ito, who was hunting in the wetlands, saw everything that was happening. However, other than using the rose in the original novel, Sei-Ito did not think that hunters would be able to do anything to the Rubik's Cube. He continued to hide from the animals that were entering the wetland in batches. The hunters were selecting the species of monsters in the wetland to protect them from being discovered. At the same time, they were hunting for monsters that had more species. Boom, 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 boom. On this day, there was a faint rumbling sound coming from the Rubik's Cube world. I've asked the Rubik's Cube to let the animals that the hunters sent to the wetlands safely to prove that there is no danger behind the Rubik's Cube world. Why is there still an attack? Are they going to send people to the other side of the black hole? Is this attack just to make the explorers safer? Ito-sei, who stopped moving forward, turned his head to look in the direction of the black hole and frowned slightly. As expected, not long after the bombardment ended, the Rubik's Cube sent a message to Saito. Monitor the intruder's location. Ignore the rest. If they do anything dangerous, send them to the island directly. Saito ordered the Rubik's Cube in his heart. He then ignored the hunters who were exploring the Rubik's Cube world on the other side of the black hole and continued his killing spree. A few days later, with the news from the first batch of hunters who entered the Rubik's Cube world, the hunters who learned about the situation in the Rubik's Cube world immediately set off a wave of exploration in the Hunter Association. They either called their friends or formed a group with 1 or 2 hunters who were on good terms with them to enter the Rubik's Cube world and began their exploration activities. After all, for these hunters who did not know about the existence of the Dark Continent, the temptation of being able to explore a new world was not something that these hunters who were born with restlessness could resist. Therefore, all of them enthusiastically entered the Rubik's Cube world. Come on, more of you. I'll let you guys fill in the gaps of the psychokinesis system in my world. Saito, who was standing on a tree branch near the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world, had a strange smile on his face as he looked at the hunters who were entering the Rubik's Cube world from time to time. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the tree branch. A few days later, just as the last piece of land in the entire Merlot wetland was swallowed into the Rubik's Cube world, the black hole that had appeared in the hunter's world for almost 10 days suddenly shrunk into a black dot without anyone noticing. It disappeared in the air like a bubble, leaving behind the Merlot wetland that had been swallowed into a vast basin. As for the hunters who went to explore the Rubik's Cube world, they were directly locked in the Rubik's Cube world without knowing it. The only outcome that awaited them was to become an inhabitant and stay in the Rubik's Cube world forever. Next target, the World Tree, Saito announced as he looked into the distance in midair. He then leaped into the air and flew towards the city where the World Tree was located at high speed. As he did not increase his speed to the maximum, it took a few hours for Saito to arrive at the city where the World Tree was located. He landed on the top of the World Tree that was 1,774 meters above sea level, at the edge of the nest built by the world's rare bird. The World Tree, huh? Let me see if you really live up to this name. Saito, who walked slowly to the trunk of the World Tree, stretched out his right hand and gathered a little world finger force on his index finger. He touched the bark of the World Tree. Almost instantly, the world finger force on the tip of Saito's finger was completely absorbed by the World Tree. It emitted an extremely weak instinctive desire that was basically undetectable if one did not pay attention. Seeing this, Saito directly placed his palm on the surface of the World Tree's bark and mobilized the world finger force in his body to transfer into the World Tree. Under the stimulation of this world finger force, the desire of the World Tree seemed to be completely awakened from its dormant state. It emitted a strong desire message that enveloped Saito, sending out the idea of wanting more. Alright, I'll give it to you if you want it. However, you'll have to enter my world first. Saito seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to something. Then, he opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world at the top of the World Tree and started devouring the World Tree from top to bottom. The World Tree was a famous tourist attraction in the hunter's world. Therefore, the phenomenon of the World Tree being devoured was quickly discovered by the tourists and managers. They reported it to the national government, and after a short discussion, the government reported the situation to the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association, who was already nervous about the sudden disappearance of the black hole, immediately sent hunters to the World Tree to conduct a new investigation. Chapter 932. However, the World Tree was not the unveil wetland. It was only a giant tree that was 1,744 meters tall, with a diameter of tens of meters at the base. It was not as vast as the unveil wetland, which was troublesome to devour. Therefore, when the investigators from the Hunter Association went to investigate the World Tree, Seito had already controlled the Rubik's Cube to devour the World Tree completely into the Rubik's Cube world. He placed it in the center of the Rubik's Cube, where no one could enter without his permission. Let me see if you can be like the real World Tree, supporting the ground and connecting to the myriad world. Seito muttered to himself as he activated the new and old world strength in the Rubik's Cube to infuse the world strength into the World Tree. Under the infusing of the world strength, the World Tree in the Hunter's world, that had stopped growing because it could not get the nutrients it needed, began to grow again slowly at a visible speed. New branches and leaves grew out of the World Tree that was rejuvenated and extended outward. The World Tree lived up to its name as the Divine Tree of the World. Its consumption of world strength was beyond Seito's expectation. In just a few minutes, half of the world strength in the Rubik's Cube world was consumed, causing Seito's face to twitch. It seems like planting trees is a very time-consuming thing. Seito's lips twitched. Rubik's Cube, stop infusing the world strength when 2/3 of it is consumed. Seito ordered the Rubik's Cube. He then looked away and stopped paying attention to the World Tree's changes. He hugged Yi when he got home and buried his head in her plump breasts to comfort his wounded soul. "Ah Cheng? What's wrong?" Yi asked in confusion. "I'm injured from planting trees," Seito said in a low voice without even looking up. "Planting trees?" Yi repeated in confusion. "Yes, planting trees. Legend has it that it can give birth to life and create worlds. Its branches and roots can connect countless worlds," Seito explained. Even though Yi still didn't understand, it didn't stop him from understanding the meaning behind Seito's words. He stretched out his arms and hugged Seito's body. With one hand on Seito's back and the other on his head, she gave off a motherly glow as she silently accompanied him. Seito, who was only using this as a pretext, enjoyed Yi's gentleness for a while. He raised his head and said goodbye to Yi with a wet kiss. He then left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the Hunter's world. He glanced at the city that was in an uproar due to the disappearance of the World Tree. They blended into the crowd and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As usual, Seito summoned the girls to his side from time to time. In the process of accompanying them, Seito arrived at the coastline of a certain country in the Hunter's world. Then, Seito's mind moved. He summoned an ice ship that he obtained from the Queen's fleet of the Forbidden World and those combat nuns who had changed their faith and joined him. He also summoned the secret clerk, Asola. "Master!" Seeing Seito's figure, the combat nuns were all excited. Their bodies trembled slightly as they knelt on the ground. They kowtowed to Seito and shouted in unison with a trembling voice. It was worth mentioning, after the combat nuns who had changed their faith to him, and the comparison of their lives. The combat nuns who had changed their faith to him had increased from less than 100 to more than 100 now. There were still more combat nuns who had changed their faith to join him. "Master!" Compared to the excited combat nuns, Asola was much simpler. She bowed to Seito respectfully. "Get up. You are all my people. I am tolerant and kind to you. You don't have to bow to me to prove your love and respect. You just have to respect me in your heart." Seito nodded to Asola and turned to the combat nuns who were kneeling on the ground. His expression was like that of a charlatan. "Yes, master." The combat nuns answered in unison, and then they bowed to Itose together, and then stood up from the ground with a respectful face. At the side, Asola couldn't help but murmur to herself. If one listened carefully, one could clearly hear her reciting the narration of a biblical story to beautify everything that was happening right now. Seeing that, Seito didn't disturb her. He stood aside quietly and waited for Asola to finish her recording. "I'm very sorry for making you wait, master." Asola quickly bowed to Seito and apologized. "There's no need for that. Seito extended his hand to support Asola. He then turned to the combat nuns and announced, "As your master, I declare that she, Asola, is my representative on earth and your pope." "Yes, master." The combat nuns knelt on the ground and replied in unison. They then turned to Asola, who was in shock, and saluted, "Your Highness the Pope." "Master, I can't do it," Asola said with a panicked expression. "Trust me, you can do it." Rode placed his hand on Asola's shoulder and said softly with a smile. Not sure if it was Seito's affirmation or Seito's smile, Asola's emotions calmed down. After looking into Seito's eyes for a few seconds, Asola confirmed that Seito was determined to do so. Her expression changed and she suddenly exuded a sacred and majestic aura. She then knelt on the ground solemnly and said, "I swear that my body, heart, and soul will be dedicated to the one in front of me. I won't doubt you, I won't judge you, and I will wholeheartedly spread glory and light to the one in front of me." Seito leaned forward slightly and stroked Asola's head with his right hand as he solemnly said, "I'll remember this oath and cast my protection on you. I'll help you walk the world and spread my glory and light." Asola touched Seito's shoe with her forehead and stood up. She then turned to the combat nuns and said calmly, "Sisters, please stand up." "Thank you, Your Holiness," the combat nuns said in unison and stood up from the ground. "Mas," Asola turned to Seito and said respectfully, "Just call me Lord like you usually do." Seito raised his hand and interrupted Asola's words with a smile. He then turned to the other combat nuns and said, "The same goes for all of you." "Yes, Lord," Asola and the combat nuns replied in unison. "Let's board the ship," Seito said calmly. He then held Asola's hand and led the way onto the three-masted ship made entirely of ice. Behind Ito, Sei, and Asola, the combat nuns also boarded the ship one after another. Without anyone giving them any instructions, they found their respective posts and drove the ice ship to sail on the sea. "Set sail to the northwest." "Let's set sail," Seito announced loudly. Seito then took out a chair and placed it on the deck. He lowered his body and sat down. His brows were slightly furrowed as he pondered. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of Asola and the combat nuns who were waiting on the deck, Seito slowly raised his right hand. A ball of white light that emitted a faint golden glow appeared in his palm. It was like a slime that kept changing its shape in his palm. This lasted for more than a minute. Then, a beautiful female angel in a long dress with wavy blonde hair and a pair of white wings on her back appeared before everyone's eyes. "It's an angel! God is creating an angel!" the combat nuns said excitedly as they kneeled on the ground again, as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Then, as if they were afraid of disturbing God who was creating an angel, they covered their mouths and noses with both hands. However, their eyes were fixed on the female angel that was becoming clearer and clearer in Seito's hand. Asola was also excited. However, she wasn't as excited as the combat nuns. Instead, she stared at the scene in front of her with a surprised look and mumbled something to herself. The creation process lasted for a few minutes. Seito finally completed the creation of the angel that was a combination of Taoist theory, Hunter's world's telekinesis system, and Naruto's world's form and nature. The angel floated in front of Seito with a gentle smile on her face, quietly looking at him. "Your name is Elaine, Elaine Gabriel." Seito looked at the angel in front of him and announced. The female angel named Elaine nodded and accepted the true life name given by Seito. "Protect her." Seito pointed at Asola and said. Elaine turned her head and looked at Asola, then her body emitted a bright light and turned into a silver-white ball of energy that slowly melted into Asola's forehead. Elaine, from Greek, represents the light and the radiant. Gabriel, the angel who sits on the left side of God, female, the most favored angel. It means mercy, tolerance, and pregnancy. In a sense, it is also the angel of hope. Seito turned his head and looked at Asola, whose face was covered by a white fluorescent light, and said softly, "Take good care of her." "I will, my lord." Asola nodded with a serious face. "I believe in you." Seito smiled. At this point, the sudden angel's birth and bestowment ceremony came to an end. However, the impact of this event didn't end with the end of the event. Instead, as time passed, it created a bigger ripple among the combat nuns. The sea, surrounded by the boundless sea, the three giant ice ships were quietly moving forward on the surface of the sea, heading towards the unknown end. Chapter 933. P.S. Thank you to Holy Devil and Shirley for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instacle Potato, NXCX, and Nickfanny for your tip. Thank you to Instacle Potato for your evaluation vote. Boom! Amidst the bombardment of artillery fire, a thick water column soared into the sky from the surface of the sea. Then, under the influence of gravity, it suddenly fell back down, creating an even bigger splash, forming a brief rain. Walla lala! It fell onto the surface of the sea, creating circles of ripples. Lion King, Roaring Bullet. On the side, Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was wearing denim shorts and a dark orange halter top with 5/4 sleeves and a casually tied ponytail, stood at the edge of the deck of the huge three-pole ice ship. She was holding the treasured sword Lion King, pointing at the pitch-black monster hidden under the surface of the sea as she lightly shouted to the spirit beast beside her. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge spirit beast beside Huang Quan let out a silent roar. A ball of light that was the size of 2 blue balls lined up side by side, completely condensed from energy, appeared in front of the Lion King's mouth. When it gathered to its maximum power, it shot straight towards the huge black shadow that was still approaching the ice ship from underwater amidst the rumbling of the cannons. Boom! Accompanied by an instantaneous roar, another thick water column soared into the sky. At this moment, the monster hidden under the sea moved. A huge wave of several meters tall suddenly rose from the surface of the sea, smashing towards the ice ship that was floating unsteadily in the sea like a tsunami. Activate the defensive barrier. Seeing this, a combat nun hurriedly used the ship's communications spell to loudly order. Almost instantly, a transparent energy shield that emitted a faint yellow light appeared around the ship's hull. It completely enveloped the ice ship. Boom! The moment the shield was activated, the wave bluntly spread on the ice ship's shield. While the shield shook violently as if it was about to shatter at any moment, the entire ice ship was pushed under the surface of the sea. It was also at this moment that the true appearance of the huge black shadow of the monster that attacked the ice ship was reflected in everyone's eyes. It was a monster that looked very much like a skate in the main world, but its body was far larger than a skate by God knows how many times. It was comparable to the Sea Kings in the One Piece world. At this moment, it was opening its mouth full of sharp, inverted triangular teeth, swallowing the ice ship. At this moment, a man in black cropped pants appeared. She was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt of the same color, and her long black hair was much shorter than Yama's. Her long black hair was tied into a simple ponytail. Uchiha Yoshiko, who hasn't made a move since the beginning of the battle, suddenly changed the color of her eyes. From the original dark and deep eyes to a pair of scarlet eyes with a 6-pointed star pattern inside. She raised her head and looked at the monster in the sea. That was right. Uchiha Yoshiko's pupils were the pattern of a 6-pointed star. This was the pattern she obtained after evolving her Kekkei Genkai Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The method of Uchiha Yoshiko's Sharingan transformation was very simple. It was to use the Black Sphere technology to clone Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes, and then use the Sharingan evolution potion developed by Emma to evolve them to the level of 3 Tomo, and then let Uchiha Yoshiko directly absorb the power of the Sharingan, forcibly evolving it. Of course, because it was a cloned product, there wasn't a lot of dojutsu contained in it. Just a pair of eyes wasn't enough to evolve Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes to the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone evolve it to the level of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which completely ignores the side effects of dojutsu consumption. But the power of technology can be used to mass-produce the 3 Tomo Sharingan, using quantity instead of quality to achieve the ultimate goal. Therefore, after cloning hundreds or thousands of pairs of Sharingan, Uchiha Yoshiko had her current eyes. But because she was a branch family, Uchiha Yoshiko didn't have the inheritance of Genjutsu in her clan and didn't know how to use Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and other secret jutsu, so she could only use these eyes as a tool to enhance Genjutsu and release Genjutsu on the monster. With the help of the Eternal Blood Sharingan, Yu Zhong's powerful spiritual power instantly surged into the monster's pitch-black eyes, which were only the size of a ping-pong ball. He forcibly broke through the monster's weak consciousness barrier and controlled it like a tailed beast, causing the monster's movements to come to a complete halt. "Sir, it's done," Uchiha Yoshiko said to Seito, who was standing on the side. Seito nodded and walked to the edge of the deck, opened the Rubik's Cube world, and sent the controlled monster into the Rubik's Cube world, threw it into the sea where ordinary people can never reach, and raised it. This kind of behavior has been done many times after the ice ship left the sea marked on the map of the hunter's world. Except for the different women who appear on the deck every day, it was basically the same routine. Hurry up and float the ship, or we will really hide at the bottom of the sea. Hanshan Yellow Springs released the summon, sheathed the treasured saber Lion King, and sealed it into the sealed object scroll on his wrist. He took out a box of Pocky sticks and placed one into his mouth, biting it off. Hee, this is good. Seito, who closed the Rubik's Cube world, smiled, and immediately used his telekinesis to support the ice ship from the sea back to the surface of the sea, and the combat nuns continued to drive it to the unknown northwest direction. According to past experience, no monster will come to attack us until we are out of the sphere of influence of this sea monster. Now we can continue to enjoy the sea breeze, the sun, and the delicious food. Seito, who returned to the middle of the deck, took out 3 beach chairs and lay down on one of them and said happily, "Tisk." After finishing the Pocky stick in his hand, he took out another one and put it in his mouth. Hanshan Yellow Spring clicked his tongue with a look of disdain. He followed suit and walked to the beach chair to lie down. On the side, Uchiha Yoshiko, who put away the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, turned around and walked to Seito's side, stretched out her hands and gently put them on his shoulders, and massaged gently and powerfully. "If you have time, accompany me back to my world." Yomi glanced at Uchiha Yoshiko, who looked like a virtuous little wife, and curled her lip. She said to Seito, who closed his eyes and enjoyed it. "Okay." Seito didn't ask why and agreed very happily. At the same time, he recalled the spirit-eating world where Yomi was born. He thought secretly, "It seems that I can also devour this world." Then he put aside the irrelevant thoughts in his mind and waved his hand to summon a short table full of fruits and snacks. While closing his eyes and enjoying Uchiha Yoshiko's massage and the light salty sea breeze, he picked up a fruit and put it in his mouth to eat. In this way, more than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Sama, Akata reported that a continent was found in front of the route. While Seito was bored playing a standalone game developed by the residents of the Rubik's Cube world, a combat nun quickly came to his side and reported respectfully. Seito raised his eyebrows, turned his hand and put away the quantum computer in his hand, and walked to the edge of the deck with the combat nun who came to report, and looked into the distance. Under the blessing of Itosei's energy, His vision is comparable to that of a high-power telescope. The outline of a piece of land faintly appeared in his sight. It seems that we have arrived. The dark continent, Seito muttered to himself. Then his spirit shook, turned to the combat nun beside him and said, "Pass down the order, full speed ahead." "Yes, Sama." The combat nun saluted and then quickly walked away from him, returned to the cabin, and conveyed the order to the combat nun who was driving the ship. Under normal conditions, the speed of the ice ship was not worse than the average modern ship. Under Seito's order, the speed was increased again, like a huge arrow cutting through the sea, rushing at high speed toward the strange continent in front of them. It's just that although the continent has entered the explorable range, it seems that they will soon arrive, but under the full speed of the ice ship, it took several hours. It still took several hours, and they only came into contact with the continent when the sky was completely dark. At this time, Seito leapt from the ice ship, suspended in the air above the ice ship, and waved his hand to send the combat nun and Doyui working on the huge ice ship back to their residences in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he flew alone toward the unknown dark continent. Just as Seito flew over the coastline and entered the forest, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the forest, arrived in front of Seito like a ghost, and launched a fatal attack at him. Fortunately, Seito knew that the dark continent was not simple, so he was extremely careful when the ship approached the shore. Therefore, he didn't feel surprised by this sudden attack, and only changed direction, dodging the black shadow's attack. Seeing that his attack had missed, the black figure was like an assassin. After letting out a strange cry, he once again dove into the forest. That attack just now was so fast. Seito thought to himself with some surprise. Since flying was easy to be attacked by the monsters in the sky above the continent, Seito naturally wouldn't continue flying without knowing the situation of the continent. He carefully landed on the ground, and advanced step by step in the forest with full vigilance. Tung-ting! At this time, accompanied by a strange sound, dozens of pitch-black shadows leapt out from the top of the trees, roots, and the surrounding grass, attacking Seito from all directions. Completely unaware of what the attack was, Seito didn't dare to casually deal with it. With a thought, he immediately released telekinesis to cover his body, forming a telekinesis barrier to resist. Pung 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 pung. Following a series of muffled sounds, the attacks of the black shadows all landed on Seito's telekinesis barrier, but the huge force of the attacks still caused the barrier to shake uncontrollably. At the same time, Seito finally discovered the true identity of the attackers the moment the black shadows landed on his telekinesis barrier. They were all vines as thick as an adult's arm, dark green in color, and sporadically covered with large leaves. After understanding what was attacking him, Seito waved his arm, and a fire dragon immediately appeared around him. Under the control of his mind, the fire dragon engulfed all the plants in the surroundings. The plants that were naturally countered by fire instantly became fuel for the fire, burning fiercely and turning into pitch-black smoke that spread throughout the forest. Squeak squeak, oh! Under the burning of the fire, some small animals hiding in the plants were forced out. They let out frightened cries and quickly fled into the distance. Seito, who was standing in the center of the fire, had a thought, and a newly born guan who that he had forcibly snatched from the Igang family in the spirit-eating world appeared on Seito's shoulder after being domesticated and raised a second time. Its nose twitched slightly as it rubbed against Seito's cheek. "Go scout the situation outside," Seito ordered as he reached out to tease Guan Hu. Guan Hu, who was very intelligent, nodded. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly leapt off Seito's shoulder, disappearing into the forest behind the fire. More than 10 minutes later, Guan Hu leapt back onto Seito's shoulder and used his mental power to transmit the images he had seen along the way to Seito. From Guanhu's point of view, there was first a huge monster that looked like a rock, but when animals passed by it, it would suddenly transform into a ferocious beast. Then there was a strange bird with a long beak and a small body. Its wings were small and small, like that of an undeveloped baby bird, and its legs were somewhat muscular. Then there was a monster with a ferocious look in its eyes. Its entire body emitted a ferocious aura that made Guanhu tremble. Finally, there was a terrifying plant that appeared in his field of view. It looked like an ordinary plant on the surface, but when Guanhu passed by, it suddenly stretched out its vines and whipped at him. Giant beasts, strange birds, magical beasts that exude a fierce aura, plants that look beautiful but are actually deadly. There are really a lot of strange things here. Ito-sei, who had finished browsing the images sent back by Guanhu, could not help but sigh. "Thank you for your hard work," Seito teased Guanhu. Then, he sent Guanhu back to the Rubik's Cube world with his mind. He maintained the telekinetic barrier and once again passed through the sea of fire alone, walking into the depths of the forest. Soon, Seito encountered the ferocious beast that had disguised itself as a huge rock. Seito's method of contact with this monster was very simple. He bent his finger and forcefully flicked the tail of the sharp golden beam that had been summoned to his finger, causing the sharp golden beam to turn into an orange-yellow light beam that shot straight at the huge beast's body. Boom! In an instant, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the forest. The next moment, apart from some pitch-black marks where it had been struck by the sharp golden beam, the huge beast that hadn't changed in the slightest was once again exposed to the air amidst the dissipating energy smoke. What thick skin! Seito couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. Forget it. If I can't afford to provoke it, I can just avoid it. With that, Seito turned around and moved away from the huge beast in an arc, circling around it and continuing to explore the forest. Chapter 934. Bypassing the giant beast that was disguised as a rock, the plant that almost caused Guanhu to suffer a loss was reflected in Seito's eyes. The plant's appearance was very simple, and it was no different from a sunflower in the real world. However, unlike the sunflower's habit of chasing the sun, the stamen of this plant chased the sporadic moonlight that shone through the forest in the sky. It transformed the moonlight into a luminous substance that enveloped the entire plant, emitting a faint white light. It was extremely beautiful. It really is, as the old saying goes, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is, and the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she is. Seito sighed softly. If he didn't know about the danger of this plant from Guanhu's vision, Seito would have inevitably walked closer to check it out. Although it wouldn't necessarily do anything to him, it would definitely be dangerous. However, this plant's performance was too gorgeous, and Seito couldn't help but have the thought of putting it into the Rubik's Cube world to grow. As soon as he thought of it, Seito immediately released his psychokinesis and wrapped it directly around the plant that was emitting a bright white light. He used his mind to pull it out of the ground. Bang, 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 bang! In an instant, a large number of branches broke out from the tree and danced around like tentacles, whipping everything within a few meters around it. The green grass was sent flying, the tree bark was cracked, and the dust was sent flying. Seeing this, Seito divided his psychokinesis into two, one still wrapped around the plant itself, and pulled it out of the ground. The other psychokinesis turned into a sharp dagger and flew up and down around the plant, cutting off the branches. But soon, a strange fragrance spread out from the gap in the plant's branches. Seito instinctively felt that this strange fragrance wasn't simple. He turned his hand over and took out a snow-white rabbit from the Rubik's Cube world and threw it on the ground. But soon, the rabbit that was full of energy and lively a moment ago collapsed on the ground. It closed its eyes and its body twitched unconsciously. After a while, even its life force completely disappeared from Sei-Ito's perception. Sure enough, looking at the rabbit's fate, Sei-Ito muttered to himself with a look of realization. I'll throw this plant into the unveil wetland later. Immediately, Sei-Ito made a decision in his heart about where to place this plant. It was the unveil wetland that he planned to use as a training ground for combatants in the Rubik's Cube world in the future. The branches were cut off. Without a connection to the ground, the plant was immediately pulled out of the ground and sent into the Rubik's Cube world by Sei-Ito's Cube world. Fortunately, this plant is a plant in the Rubik's Cube world. This area became a lot safer. Once again, he moved into the forest, trying to get out of this dangerous forest as soon as possible. Along the way, Sei-Ito not only encountered strange birds and strange beasts of different shapes, but also a lot of insects that looked small but were actually very dangerous. They were even more frightening than beasts. Fortunately, they were insects. Just like the other beasts that Sei-Ito encountered in the forest, they would take the initiative to attack, but in the end, they were small and not very strong. They could easily be blocked by his telekinesis barrier. They didn't bring any danger to Sei-Ito. Of course, if it was someone who didn't have a telekinesis barrier or had a comprehensive defense ability here, if they weren't careful, they would definitely be injured or even killed by the insect's attack. In this way, Sei-Ito hid in the Rubik's Cube world to rest when he was tired. After resting, he activated the telekinesis barrier and walked for more than 10 days. After collecting a large number of new species and throwing them into the Rubik's Cube world, Sei-Ito finally walked out of the forest that was bigger than the Daxing Anling mountain range. He stood on a grassy plain. Roar! An unknown creature let out a loud roar that came from the depths of the grassland. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as the roar fell, a thunderous sound and shaking suddenly appeared. Then, a dark line appeared in the depths of the grassland, and after a few seconds, the figure of an animal appeared. It was like a wave of migration on the African continent, running side by side wildly into the distance. Because it was too far away, he couldn't see it too clearly. But from the current feeling and visual inference, that monster was about 10 meters tall. Its body was even longer than its height. It had 6 pillar-like legs and a short tail. It was very similar to the head of a legendary dragon. Its mouth was sharp, its face was long, its surface was covered with dark scales, and there was a sharp horn on top of its head. Just by looking at it, it gave a very fierce feeling. Phew! The pressure of this kind of movement is so strong. Sei-Ito recovered from the shock and sighed softly. But just as he finished speaking, another black shadow appeared in his sight. But the difference was that this time, the black shadow appeared in the sky. It looked like a wind god pterosaur, but its head and neck were like a vulture's. It circled above the monsters on the ground. From time to time, it would dive into the group of monsters and grab a struggling 6-legged monster to smash it to the ground. While using it as a weapon to smash other monsters, it would also use the movement of its iron hooves to trample them into meat paste. Perhaps to the monsters in the sky, as long as there was food in the end, it was enough. It didn't matter if it was fresh meat or meat paste that was trampled into meat paste. Of course, the predators didn't just come from the sky. In a place that Sei-Ito couldn't see, there was another type of monster that was running and chasing on the ground. Just from a glimpse of it occasionally pouncing on its prey, Ito-sei could feel how ferocious it was. F***ck. This darkness continent is too F***king ridiculous. Everything is gigantic. It makes me look like an ant in their eyes. It's so annoying. Sei-Ito was a bit speechless as he muttered to himself. Forget it. I'll explore this darkness continent again when I get a headache. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the darkness continent, returning to the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to world number 10. Seito, who was floating in the air, ordered the Rubik's Cube. As soon as he said that, a huge whirlpool that was hidden in the air immediately appeared. It spun at an extremely fast speed and sucked Seito, who was floating in the air, into it. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the center of the whirlpool. Crackle! Following the sound of glass shattering that he had heard countless times, Seito's figure appeared on a mountain path paved with stone slabs. Then, with a thought, Seito summoned Jianshan Yellow Spring to his side. This place. Jianshan Yellow Spring couldn't help but hesitate as she looked at the familiar scenery around her. There's no need to doubt. We're now in the world where you were born. Seito said softly, and this is the mountain path that led to the Earth Palace when we left. Kagura. Jianshan Yellow Spring's eyes moved slightly as she muttered. Let's go. Let's go see her now. Seito said as he held Jianshan Yellow Spring's hand and turned to walk up the mountain. Jianshan Yellow Spring didn't refute. She let Seito lead her up the stairs and approached the Earth Palace. At this time, it was still summer in the spirit-eating world. The trees on both sides of the mountain path were still young and green. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow by and make a sha-sha sound and jiji cicadas chirped. In this calm atmosphere, the two quickly walked up the stairs paved with stone slabs and arrived at the door of the ancient Japanese building that occupied a vast area. On the doorpost hung the two words, Earth Palace, in black ink. Under the gaze of Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was a little nervous, Seito reached out and knocked on the tightly closed wooden door in front of him. Creak! After a while, along with the strange sound of a wooden bolt rubbing against each other, a young short-haired Miko who looked around 20 years old wearing a white dress and a red pleated trouser skirt walked out from behind the open door. Jianshan-san. The Miko called out in astonishment after seeing the two people's faces, especially Jianshan Yellow Spring's appearance. Is Kagura at home? Jianshan Yellow Spring held Seito's hand tightly and asked with a nervous and expectant expression. Master is currently in school and not at home. The Miko shook her head and said, Is that so? Jianshan Yellow Spring murmured with a disappointed expression. Don't you have Kagura's phone number? Just call her directly. Seito saw this and couldn't help but remind her. Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was reminded, was startled. She hurriedly searched her body. But after living in the Rubik's Cube world for so long, Jianshan Yellow Spring, who almost didn't use the original world's mobile phone, had already left it at home. So after searching for a while, she revealed a depressed expression. Idiot! Seito was speechless as he looked at Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was acting completely unlike her at this time. He then took out Jianshan Yellow Spring's mobile phone and handed it to her. Jianshan Yellow Spring didn't forget to show a grateful expression to Seito. She hurriedly took the mobile phone and opened it to find Tsutamaya Kagura's number. But just as she was about to press the green dial button, her expression couldn't help but become hesitant. She hesitated for a long time and didn't make the call. What are you afraid of? Seito, who was in a bad mood, took the mobile phone and pressed the answer button without hesitation. He frowned and looked at Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was looking at him. Hey! Hello, Yellow Spring! 10 seconds later, Tsutamaya Kagura's anxious voice came from Jianshan Yellow Spring's mobile phone. Chapter 935. Seito didn't answer and directly called Tsutamaya Kagura. Yomi! Yomi! Tsutamaya Kagura hurriedly called out to Tsutamaya Kagura. Tsutamaya Kagura mechanically took the phone and put it to her ear. Yomi! Say something. Where are you? Tell me. I'll go find you immediately. Tsutamaya Kagura hurriedly asked. Yomi! I beg you, say something. Tsutamaya Kagura, who always saw Tsutamaya Kagura's silence, cried out. Kagura. Hearing the voice from the phone, Tsutamaya Kagura couldn't control her emotions anymore and cried out with a trembling voice. Yomi! Tsutamaya Kagura, who finally heard Tsutamaya Kagura's voice, shouted excitedly, then asked without hesitation, Yomi, where are you? Tell me, I'll go find you right now. I'm outside your house right now, come back quickly. I want to eat your boiled food. Tsutamaya Kagura was Tsutamaya Kagura after all. After she spoke, she quickly calmed herself down and raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Okay, wait for me, I'll go back now. Tsutamaya Kagura replied without hesitation. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tsutamaya Kagura replied and then hung up. Thank you. Tsutamaya Kagura, who raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, looked up at Sei Ito and thanked him. You don't need to thank me. Sei Ito, who reached out his arms and embraced Tsutamaya Kagura, said softly. Okay. Tsutamaya Kagura replied in a low voice. Tsutamaya-san. And this gentleman, please come in. Miko-sama, who heard the entire conversation between Tsutamaya Kagura and Tsutamaya Kagura, awkwardly looked at the two of them who were hugging each other. Hearing Miko-sama's voice, Tsutamaya Kagura, who only remembered that there was an outsider beside her, blushed and hurriedly broke free from Sei Ito's embrace. Then, she pretended to be calm as she followed Miko-sama into Tsutamaya Kagura's house and sat down in the living room. Miko-sama, who saw Sei Ito and Tsutamaya Kagura sitting down, slightly bowed to them and silently retreated from the room. A few minutes later, Tsutamaya Kagura's and Tsutamaya Kagura, respectively. Tsutamaya Kia Kagura and Kagura. Tsutamaya Kia Kia, said politely, who gently held S's with Tsutamaya and Kia Kia. Kia. Tsutamaya Kia nods. Tsutamaya T's and Kia Kia Kia. And Kaya, S and Kia Kia and Hu and Kia Kia. If you ask Kagura to take her with you this time, I'll give you a chance. Do you think she will agree? Sei Ito suddenly asked as he took a sip of tea. Hearing this question, Hanshan Yuan Spring paused and shook his head. I don't know. Do you have any plans? Immediately after, Sei Ito's question seemed to have a deeper meaning, so Jianshan Yellow Springs looked at him and asked. I plan to bring this world under my control, just like Continent C, Sei Ito answered honestly. He had no intention of hiding his intentions. Living in the Rubik's Cube world and being Sei Ito's woman, Jianshan Yellow Springs naturally knew that the so-called predecessor of Continent C was an independent world just like the one she was born in. Moreover, there was a period of time when she wondered if she could turn her world into a continent like C Continent, a continent within the Rubik's Cube world. After all, this way, he wouldn't be lonely in the Rubik's Cube world. He would be able to see Tsutomu Kagura whenever he wanted to. Although in the end, she didn't mention it to Sei Ito. But now, hearing Sei Ito's words, Hanshan Yellow Springs was moved. What does this have to do with Kagura? Hanshan Yellow Springs asked worriedly. Sei Ito didn't immediately answer Hanshan Yellow Springs' question. Instead, under her gaze, he flipped his hand and summoned several paper talismans. He waved his hand and stuck them all over the room, forming a barrier that could block out sound. To turn a world into something like Continent C, there are several conditions. Sei Ito looked at Hanshan Yellow Springs, who had a serious expression on her face, and explained, First, most of the countries on Earth, especially the big countries like China, France, England, America, and Russia, will be under my control and complete the actual rule of the world. This can be easily done with the technology in our hand. Then, Sei Ito held up a second finger and continued, Second, as many of the world's favored, or core materials, will gather around me. And of the world's favored, apart from the already destroyed Mitsugawa Kazuhiro and the dead Tsunakayoya, there are only you and Tsutomu Kagura, the leaders of Kanzen Tsutomu and the various branches, the heir Shizuru Kyoya, a very small number of civilian experts, as well as some people from the natural disaster response room, and most of the country's politicians and business elite. Most importantly, you're already by my side. Plus, I have the world's core stone of slaughter in my hands. As long as Tsutomu Kagura and Bai Rue don't cause trouble, we can basically accomplish this. It's just that. Seito paused hesitantly. It's just that what? Hanshan Yellow Springs asked curiously. It's just that whether it's to prevent accidents or in the process of world domination, we might come across people from the Ministry of the Environment. When the time comes, I might make a move on those companions you were once familiar with. Seito looked at Yomi and stated. Kanzen Netherworld frowned when he heard this. Then, he looked at Itose seriously and said, Your place is my final home. If it's time to fight with them, I won't be merciful. When Seito heard this, he reached out and grabbed Yomi's arm, pulled her into his arms, and hugged her. Of course, this is assuming. If things go well, it doesn't matter even if they live, because the entire world will be under my control. As long as they don't want their inheritance to be destroyed, they will make a wise choice. Okay, Yomi, who hugged Seito's waist with her hands and rested her head on his chest, responded in a low voice. Finally, the third point. To be honest, I'm not sure if there's anything in this world that meets this condition. After all, so far, other than Kyubi who gathered the stone of slaughter and resurrected, I can't think of anything that can be born in this world. Or even if it's born, it's within the range that I can forcefully crush. Seito, who returned to the topic, said with a frown. What's that? Yomi asked. The will of the world. Seito said softly. The will of the world? Although she understood the meaning of the word literally, Yomi, who didn't know much about the deeper meaning, couldn't help but repeat it. Forget it, don't worry about it. As long as I can complete the actual control of the world on the surface, I can basically meet the minimum requirement to become the lord of the world and transform this world. Seito hugged Yomi's body and shook slightly. Okay, Yomi replied in a low voice. After that, the two of them didn't say anything and just maintained the posture of snuggling up to each other. They listened to the sound of bamboo hitting stones in the backyard from time to time, and quietly waited for the owner of the house, Tsutomu Kagura, to return. As for Tsutomu Kagura, who was eager to see Chiyama Yomi, she didn't let the two of them wait too long. She quickly returned to the old residence from the school and rushed to the living room where Itose and Chiyama Yomi were. Hearing the urgent footsteps gradually approaching from outside, Yomi, who knew that the person she wanted to see was about to appear, hurriedly escaped from Seito's arms. After simply tidying up her somewhat messy clothes, she turned her head to the door, looking forward to the appearance of that person. At this moment, accompanied by a cowardly call of Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, who wore a white sailor suit, a black pleated skirt, and a red ribbon tied around the collar, with short black hair, appeared in front of the living room door. She panted as she looked at Yomi, who was looking at her in the living room. Yohu Kagura. Yomi waved her hand and called out with her unique greeting. Yomi! Listening to the familiar greeting, looking at the face that she had never forgotten in her memory, Tsutomu Kagura, whose tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, rushed towards Chiyama Yomi. While pressing Chiyama Yomi to the ground, she hugged Chiyama Yomi tightly with both hands, her head resting on Chiyama Yomi's chest. She closed her teary eyes and continuously called out, Yomi, 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 I'm back, Yomi, who gently stroked Tsutomu Kagura's head, said softly with a gentle expression. Welcome back, Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, who raised her head and looked into Yomi's eyes, replied with a happy smile. Okay, get up quickly, there's someone watching. At this time, Yomi, who noticed Seito's gaze, quickly said. Hearing Yomi's reminder, Tsutomu Kagura, who only just realized that there was a man she had seen once, blushed. She hurriedly crawled away from Yomi's body and knelt to the side to salute and apologize, I was rude just now. It's nothing, after all, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. Seito waved his hand indifferently and smiled. You two can just pretend that I'm not here and talk about whatever you want. You're a living person here. How can we pretend that you're not here? Yomi said in a bad mood. Yes, I'm an eyesore, I'll leave now. Seito said with a smile, and then stood up from the ground. Tsutomuya Kagura urged him to stay, and Yomi Kagura's, don't mind him. He walked to the corridor outside the hall and sat down again. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the summer cicadas, the breeze, and the cloudless weather. Chapter 936. P.S. Thank you to YenXN, Cherub, Traceless Moon, T-Can, Instant Potato, and Tearless Angel for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX, Instant Potato, and Nickfunny for their tip. In the living room, Gong Kagura and Chiyama Yomi quietly hugged each other for a long time. It wasn't until Gong Kagura's stomach started growling that she remembered that she had promised Chiyama Yomi to make boiled food for her. Gong Kagura quickly got up from Chiyama Yomi's body and ran out of the living room, heading to the kitchen to make food. Seeing Tsutomuya Kagura running away, Chiyama Yomi chuckled and stood up from the ground. She slowly walked to Seito's side, sat down, and rested her head on his shoulder. I'm jealous. Seito joked as he wrapped his arms around Chiyama Yomi's waist. You deserve it. Are you the only one who's allowed to mess around outside, but I'm not allowed to find my second spring to relieve my loneliness? Chiyama Yomi said with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. As long as it's a Yuri, of course it's fine. Maybe one day that person will also enter my harem. Seito laughed. Don't you dare have any ideas about Kagura, or else don't blame me for being hostile. Chiyama Yomi quickly said. How are you going to be hostile? You won't let me get on your bed? Seito looked down at Chiyama Yomi in his arms, and asked with a smile. Don't forget that I have the Stone of Slaughter. If I break the seal because of my resentment and turn into a demon, don't blame me. Chiyama Yomi pretended to be fierce as she raised her hand and made a gesture at Seito's lower body. I'm so scared. Seito purposely made his body tremble and said, But if that's the case, won't you also become a living widow? Do you have the heart? I have Kagura. Chiyama Yomi laughed. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Seito said fiercely. Then, he immediately turned around and pushed Jianshan Yellow Springs onto the floor of the corridor. He lowered his head and kissed her lip. Amidst the kiss, the somewhat emotional Hanshan Yuansumi reached out her arms and hugged Seito's neck, responding passionately. Alright, let me go. It won't be good if Kagura sees this. Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was slightly separated from Seito, panted softly. I just wanted little Kagura to see how beautiful you are. Itose chuckled as he once again kissed Yomi without giving her any chance to explain. Seito was only joking. He did not really kiss Jianshan Huangquan shamelessly. He did not know that there were people coming and going, so he quickly let go of Jianshan Huangquan, whose cheeks were slightly red and whose breathing was slightly hurried. Seito hugged her shoulders and laid down on the floor of the corridor to rest. I'll leave tomorrow morning. Seito, who was enjoying the summer sun with his eyes closed, suddenly said. You don't need me to come with you? Jianshan Yellow Springs asked. You're willing to leave? Seito asked with a teasing tone. But you have to be careful. After all, you're no longer an employee of the Environment Ministry's Super Natural Disaster Preparedness Room. Instead, you're a suspect who once seriously injured someone. Who knows when someone from the Environment Ministry will come looking for you? Seito reminded her again in a serious tone before Jianshan Yellow Springs could reply. I know, I'll be careful. You too. Jianshan Yellow Springs softly replied. Okay. Seito softly replied. Neither of them said anything else after that. They just quietly closed their eyes and rested. About half an hour later, Tsutomu Kagura's cheerful greeting was heard along with her light footstep. Yellow Springs, it's time to eat. Right after that, Tsutomu Kagura saw Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs leaning against each other on the floor of the corridor, and she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She had an astonished expression on her face. Is it ready to eat? Jianshan Yellow Springs, who had just woken up from a short sleep, rubbed her eyes as she heard the greeting. She sat up on the floor and said in a daze, It's ready. Tsutomu Kagura hurriedly replied. Wonderful, I can finally eat Kagura's boiled food again. Jianshan Yellow Springs' expression changed after receiving confirmation, and she stood up excitedly. She ignored Seito, who was sitting up beside her, and quickly walked to Tsutomu Kagura's side. Seito took her hand and hurried her to the dining room. Yellow Springs, aren't we waiting for that person? Tsutomu Kagura, who was being dragged forward, turned her head to look at Seito, who was smiling helplessly and shaking his head as he slowly followed them. Ignore him, he's very thick-skinned, he'll definitely follow us. Jianshan Yellow Springs didn't care at all. Seeing that things were indeed as Jianshan Yellow Springs said, Tsutomu Kagura secretly stuck out her tongue and stopped asking about Seito. She looked at Jianshan Yellow Springs' side profile and allowed herself to be dragged forward. Soon, Jianshan Yellow Springs, Tsutomu Kagura, and Seito, who was automatically following behind them, entered the dining room. Wow, this is the taste. Jianshan Yellow Springs impolitely walked to the dining table, picked up a spoon, and scooped some water into her mouth. It's so good. I'm going to start eating. Then, Jianshan Yellow Springs casually found a place to sit down, clasped her hands in front of her, and said loudly. Then, she picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table and enjoyed the food that Tsutomu Kagura made. Seeing Jianshan Yellow Springs' familiar behavior again, Tsutomu Kagura's face was filled with joy. She walked to the opposite side of Jianshan Yellow Springs and sat down. After saying, I'm going to start eating, she seemed to be competing with Jianshan Yellow Springs for food. Under the influence of Tsutomu Kagura and Jianshan Yellow Springs, a normal meal became even livelier than a duel. From time to time, Tsutomu Kagura's depressed yells and Jianshan Yellow Springs' smug laughter could be heard. I'm so full. Jianshan Yellow Springs leaned back on the chair without a care for his image. One of his hands hung naturally by his side, while the other gently stroked his stomach and sighed. It feels so good to be able to eat with Yellow Springs like this again. Tsutomu Kagura, who was packing up her things like a good wife, suddenly said softly. Yeah. Jianshan Yellow Springs turned around upon hearing this. He looked at Tsutomu Kagura, who was putting the bowl and chopsticks in the sink, then turning on the tap to rinse the water. She responded with a gentle and beautiful expression. All right, leave this to me. You go have a good chat with Yellow Springs. Seito smiled at Tsutomu Kagura as he moved the last of the items on the table into the kitchen. How could I do that? Tsutomu Kagura hurriedly stopped him. Since he wants to do it, just let him do it, Kagura-chan. It just so happens that I have a lot of private things to tell you. Jianshan Yellow Springs hurriedly spoke up upon seeing this. Tsutomu Kagura couldn't help but hesitate upon hearing Jianshan Yellow Springs' words. After all, she was the daughter of the Tsutomu family, who had 1,000-year-old inheritance and paid great attention to etiquette. It was really against etiquette for the host to be chatting on the sidelines. Go. Seito chuckled upon seeing Tsutomu Kagura's obvious hesitation. Tisk, you're not even going to listen to me? Kagura-chan? Jianshan Yellow Springs waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Tsutomu Kagura was still hesitating, she got up from her chair and walked into the kitchen. She grabbed Tsutomu Kagura's arm and forcefully dragged her out while pretending to be annoyed. Sorry, I was rude. Tsutomu Kagura, who was forcefully dragged away, turned around to look at Ito with an embarrassed expression. She bowed slightly. After dragging Tsutomu Kagura out of the kitchen, Yellow Springs didn't return to the living room to chat with Tsutomu Kagura, as she said. Instead, she went straight to the Tsutomu family's bathroom and turned on the water. It's been a long time since I bathed together with you, Kagura-chan, so let's do it together. Genshin Yellow Springs began unbuttoning her clothes as she looked at Tsutomu Kagura. Eh? Tsutomu Kagura let out two incomprehensible moans with an astonished expression. Heh. Could it be that Kagura-chan wants me to help you take off your clothes? Genshin Yellow Springs, who had already taken off her outer clothes and revealed her white laced underwear underneath, chuckled as she reached out to grab Tsutomu Kagura's clothes. No. I can do it myself. Tsutomu Kagura panicked as she covered her chest with her hands. Heh. Seeing this, Yellow Springs didn't force it. With a chuckle, she continued taking off the rest of her clothes. Soon, Yellow Springs was completely naked. Yellow Springs walked to the side and took the showerhead from the side. Then, she sat down on a small plastic chair placed near the bathtub and started washing her body. In Japan, there were many rules when it came to bathing. For example, you couldn't wash your body clean. You weren't allowed to enter public baths, because the water there belonged to everyone. You couldn't pollute the water source because of your own indecency. So, before bathing, everyone would wash their body and hair outside before entering the bathtub. Of course, this referred to the rules of the hot spring hotels and public baths outside, as well as the rules of bathing with many people. You could wash however you liked at home, and no one else could interfere. Hey, Kagura-chan, if I leave again this time, will you come with me? Yellow Springs, who was washing her hair with her eyes closed, suddenly asked. Hearing this, Tsutomu Kagura, who had also taken off her clothes, looked at Yellow Springs, who was still washing her hair with a surprised expression, and then replied, "During the time Yellow Springs disappeared, my mind kept replaying every detail of my life with you. To me, Yellow Springs, you are the most important person to me, and no one can replace you. So, I will leave with you." Hearing Tsutomu Kagura's resolute reply, Yellow Springs couldn't help but feel moved. Even if you become enemies with the Ministry of Environment in the future? Yellow Springs, who was forcefully suppressing her emotions, asked again. Even if I become enemies with everyone in the world? Tsutomu Kagura answered without hesitation. Yellow Springs, who was washing the foam off her hair with the showerhead, was silent. Just as Tsutomu Kagura scooped up some water from the bathtub, which was almost full, and poured it on herself, Yellow Springs suddenly reached out her arms and hugged her from behind. Her hands lightly clasped on her chest, and she giggled playfully. "Oh, before I knew it, my Kagura has grown up." Yellow Springs, where are you touching? Tsutomu Kagura, who felt the attack on her chest, struggled as she shouted with a panicked expression. However, she had clearly forgotten that she was not outside the spacious space, but rather in the bathroom where the ground was wet and the space was slightly smaller. Therefore, she lost her footing and fell into the bathtub filled with clear water. Splash! As the two of them fell, the water that suddenly increased in volume uncontrollably gushed out from the edge of the bathtub, like a small waterfall falling onto the white porcelain floor, causing a series of noises. "Kagura-chan, we will be together forever," Yellow Springs, who was soaking in the bathtub with Tsutomu Kagura, said softly after the water stabilized. "Yeah," Tsutomu Kagura responded softly. This day basically passed peacefully with Yellow Springs teasing Tsutomu Kagura. But on that very night, Yomi Kanyama directly dumped Ito-sei, Kagura's male servant. Together with Kagura, Yomi went to Kagura's bedroom in the Earth Palace and shared the same bed, leaving Ito-sei alone until the next morning. The next day, after eating breakfast prepared by Tsutomu Kagura and watching her leave home to go to school. "I'll be leaving then," Seito said to Yellow Springs, who had sent him out of the Tsutomu residence. Be careful, Yellow Springs reminded him. You too. Seito nodded. Then, he reached out and hugged Yellow Springs' waist, lowered his head and kissed her. After a short while, Seito, who had let go of Yellow Springs again, nodded to her, turned around, and left the Tsutomu residence under her gaze, disappearing down the mountain path. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Seito casually found a hotel that could connect to the internet and booked a room. While he took out his quantum computer and connected to the internet, he summoned 20 people from the Pandora organization of the Absolute Pitiful World, who were now part of the Academy City Police Department of the Rubik's Cube world, to his side. While taking pictures of them with his device, he also used his electromagnetic control ability to infiltrate the Metropolitan Police Department's system to get real passports for them. Your mission is simple. Take these passports, take a plane to the capitals and major cities of China, France, America, Russia, England, and Germany, and find a spacious area nearby to send them back to me. After a short while, Seito put the 20 real passports and 20 metal plates with the Flying Thunder God technique on the table next to him and looked up at everyone. The 20 people, led by Gana Hongye, nodded in unison to show that they understood. Then, one by one, they stepped forward to take the passports with their photos and the metal plates inside. Let's go, Seito said softly after everyone had taken their items. Hearing the order, everyone turned around and walked out of the room one after another. They immediately went to Haneda International Airport in their own way. According to the order, they took flights to the capitals and major cities of China, France, England, Russia, the United States, and Germany. After sending everyone away, Seito put away his quantum computer, checked out of the room, and used instant transmission to rush to the nearby international waters. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.